Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. واضح الصوت؟ طيب يعطيكم العافية جميعا. Welcome everyone. My name is Banan Al-Uthman. I am heading Business Development Department in Emaar Engineering Consultants, and we would like to welcome you to our session today titled Shaping a Greener Future Through Carbon Sequestration and Land Rehabilitation. So what we aim to do in our session today is take all of the context that you have probably heard in different sessions throughout the day on the policy and framework side and show you some real live examples on the ground on carbon sequestration and how that can lead to the development and economic benefit of environmental projects. So I will be taking you through a quick introduction on how we are at Emaar and how the structure of the session for today is going to be going, including a brief introduction on the sessions and speakers. So we and Emaar are originally an engineering consultancy firm who have been in the market for 31 years now and have expanded in our services to be a multidisciplinary consultancy firm, bringing in different complementary activities to our engineering services, which includes environmental services and studies, strategy development, architectural and engineering design, on-site supervision, project management, and GIS services. And the reason that we have taken a strategic decision to expand in our operations and services generally is because we believe in a holistic approach, as is the case for environment in general, and applying that to how we develop our projects, because we see more and more that projects are not standalone. When it comes to environment, engineering, or any other sectors, there is a need to engage environmental and specific SMEs and expertise from different disciplines to bring in a multidisciplinary approach to the way that we implement our projects. So this is why we have built our driving principles around collaboration, innovation, sustainability, and local impact. Collaboration among different stakeholders, whether that was international organizations, international expertise, local regulators, or experts from different fields, bringing together all of the expertise that are required to develop, again, a multidisciplinary approach to the way that we develop our projects and innovations. Innovation adoption is something we also believe in, especially when we're talking about environment and how we fulfill targets that have been mandated by the government and by our leadership, including the implementation of the 10 billion trees, for example. This is not something that we can do by just adopting the traditional practices that we are used to. Major targets and major milestones require a major shift in the way that we approach our project implementations and our innovation adoption. Sustainability is also something we are driven by as our core principle, by integrating environmentally conscious practices across our streamlined services and how we develop our processes and procedures. And of course, local impact. We are a local company. We have been in the Saudi market and Saudi based for the past 31 years, and we believe that it is critical for us to be able to not just utilize international expertise, but also use that international expertise to develop our local capacities as well. These are some of the projects and environment that we were involved in. We have thankfully been able to gain the privilege of being the lead consortium member of developing the SGI Studies and Master Plan in collaboration with NCVC. And this was a 2.5-year project where we did the extensive environmental studies that led to the development of the Green KSA Master Plan. And from that, we were able to also thankfully work with NCVC on the implementation side, working currently on a project for overseeing the plantation of 10 million trees in forest areas, which include mountain forests, mangroves, and valleys. We've also been engaged with NEOM in a rapid ecology baseline survey, and this is meant to assess the impact of contracting projects on the ecosystem within NEOM area, and how we can establish sustainable practices to translocate some of the ecosystems within the areas so they are not damaged by construction work on site. We were also engaged in the preliminary studies for the ecosystem restoration study in Al-Ula with the Al-Ula Development Authority in collaboration with the IUCN. We are also working with the Ministry of Housing and municipalities on overseeing the plantation of trees within the suburbs. So hopefully that's something that Riyadh residents can enjoy in the near future. And we've also done landscaping design for Riyadh municipality in areas across Riyadh. So some of our key achievements over the years. We pride ourselves on having diverse expertise in sectors, including environment, entertainment, real estate, and others. So providing the range of our services in these different sectors. We have also been able to develop core teams and partnerships with SMEs in different areas of expertise, from environment to engineering to GIS to project management. And we adopt a matrix approach in developing our projects where we make sure to utilize as vast as expertise as possible to be able to contribute to the project development. These are some samples of the partners globally and locally that we work with on a wide range of projects. So these are some entities that we've worked with on knowledge transfer, on technology development, on project implementation. And these are some metrics for our contribution to the local content. Again, being a local company, we are very interested in and invested in the development of local capacities, including 50% Saudization across our portfolio of projects, 40% localization in the sub-consultancy that we do. We have tons of Saudi graduates annually that we have trained, whether that was on-the-job training or co-ops from university students, as well as tons of projects over the years, specifically with local environment and heritage preservation mandates. So giving a little bit of an insight into the session that we have today. We will be having 4 experts speaking on different topics, delving into the showcasing global, regional, and local contexts when it comes to carbon sequestration projects. So we'll be showing you live examples from the ground of work that has been done on a regional and global scale and how we can utilize that to bring it into the local context. Relying on, of course, utilizing international expertise and references, how we can use those to adopt our own local standards that fit our local environment, while, of course, adopting a holistic ecosystem-based approach, because environment is not something we can fragment. We have to look at it from a holistic perspective. And finally, and maybe the most important, is how community engagement actually leads to the success of these projects. So I will be handing over the mic now to our President, Engineer Khalid Al-Uthman, who will be presenting our first speaker.
Thank you, Banan. And again, welcome everybody. My name is Khalid Al-Uthman. I'm president of MR Engineering Consultants and Climate Solutions, a subsidiary of MR. Welcome everybody. This session is designed to sort of build knowledge and educate, not only regarding our activities in the sector, but also establishing foundation of understanding and knowledge for the purpose of carbon credit and carbon sequestration in the roadmap of nature-based and land rehabilitation. So we'll go over this session coming from a global outlook to some regional exposure and implementation, and then some local context of our plans in the market. Let me start by introducing our partner and ally, my friend, Mr. Walter Link. Mr. Walter will give a presentation titled Groundbreaking Innovations in Food System and Climate Solutions in Agriculture to guide us through this topic. Mr. Link is the founding CEO of Now Partners and a visionary leader in sustainable business practices, a former co-founder of Euro-Asian Industrial Group, has had co-founded and led some of the sustainable businesses networks across Europe and the Americas. Mr. Walter, the floor is yours. Presentation on, please.
Good. Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. Assalamu alaikum. It's a privilege to be here in your wonderful country and to benefit from your beautiful hospitality. We just yesterday spent a wonderful evening at the home of some of our friends here, and I think in addition to being in these amazing tents, it's hard to imagine how you can build this up in a few weeks, but to get out of these tents and into the city and into private homes, I think it's a particular joy and privilege. But let's talk about this topic. As you can see, you know, this is not the only desert in the world that you see in the Arabian Peninsula. These actually happen all over the world. And they don't only happen in very large properties and very large scale, they also happen in many farms. So if you look at smallholder farmers in India, they maybe only have a few acres of land. But very often, 1 acre of that is so much overused through chemical fertilizer that you cannot use that land anymore. So actually it has become a desert. And of these deserts, just to give you a number, in Brazil, you have over 80 million hectares of such mini deserts. Right? So this is the size of countries. So there are countries around the world distributed on farms that are deserts. And so the question is, how can you prevent this to happen? And also, how can you bring these lands that are not productive anymore and that are degrading further and further back to life? The wonderful news is that we actually have such great innovation, not only in technology, but also in agriculture and forestry, that is among the most impressive innovations in the world. And I'm telling that this way because when you think about innovation, we often think of something like this, you know? So we talk about technology, we talk about Tesla, or we talk about this. You know, this is also a desert, but it has turned into energy production. When I grew up, as my friend Khalid said, you know, I've been active in this for 40 years already. Everybody was joking about solar technology. It was just for hippies. Nobody was thinking that this could become a significant part of the energy mix and a bigger and bigger part, and that it's now much cheaper to produce energy this way than in any other way. And of course, it has much less side effects on the climate and on other topics, right? And we will get better and better in using it. But now we have accepted that this is a useful innovation and technology. It has become the new mainstream, part of the mixture of different forms of energy that have become completely normal. In the same way as this car has become a normal car. When we started many years ago experimenting with electric motor cars, people were laughing and saying, oh, this will never happen. And if you remember, the German car industry, I'm German, so I can say that, was so arrogant, and also, by the way, the Japanese and American car industry, that they thought this will never scale until this one small company, Tesla, was worth more at the stock exchange than the entire German car industry, the entire Japanese car industry, and the entire American car industry, even though they just sold a few 100,000 cars, and the others sold many millions of cars. So financial analysts were looking into the future, and they were saying, this is the future, and we are going to give this a value because we can see, when we look at this, we can see the future. So I will now tell you about the future of agriculture that many people think, this is just a small thing. It's not so important. Because our current mainstream of agriculture, which is the modern chemical GMO agriculture, now comes, of course, also in new clothes. Sometimes it's called precision agriculture. It now calls itself also regenerative agriculture, full of chemicals. There's nothing regenerative about chemical agriculture because it doesn't regenerate. What does regenerate mean? Regenerate means you bring back life, you bring back health. But you cannot put chemicals in the soil and expect it to be healthy. It's maybe productive, but not healthy. And so agriculture has actually become chemistry rather than what it should be, biology. Because biology is the science of life. chemistry can create some level of productivity. So if you think about industry in the 20th century, right, has one thing in common. It looked very much at productivity, which is also important because the population over the last centuries, of course, exploded, and we expected different kind of services. We wanted to have this kind of modern lifestyle, air conditioning, and all of these kind of things, and greater food productivity, and chemicals in the soil achieved that. So they had a benefit. But at the same time, they also created, for example, 23% of all carbon emissions in the world. Now we've learned, whether it's agriculture, energy, building, construction materials, all of this, we didn't kind of think so much several decades ago that carbon was a problem, right? We didn't understand that. So it was natural that we just looked at the benefits and we just kept growing it. Now we are learning, oh, there is a problem. And so we are thinking now how to transition. So even oil-producing country like Saudi Arabia now has a carbon neutrality strategy. And that's true for all countries around the world, right? Why? Because we see we cannot continue like this. It will still continue for several decades. We still need to transition because we can't just pull a switch, right? So we have to be realistic what we still need to do in the transition, but we also need to see what is the future. Is the future the diesel motor and the combustion engine, or is the future the electric motor and solar energy and other renewable energies? So it's very important to value what you have now as a transition technology, but to already see what you want to do in the future. And this is why, of course, many countries like yours are becoming very big investors in renewable energy. And this will continue to grow as a trend. Now, if you think about 21st century desert and climate smart farming, then you see that you need regenerative innovation. So this regenerative innovation needs to do two things. It needs to be good for the nature, the climate, and the people, right? We know that. But it also, at the same time, needs to be good for farmers' incomes and for economic development of countries, because we will never choose a technology that's not good for the economy. The economy has become so important in our cultures that whatever we do is driven very much by the economy. So if we cannot demonstrate that it has also benefits for the economy and the farmers, we will not scale it. But we are finding out that these new innovations in energy, in farming and in forestry can actually prevent and even restore land that has become deserted. And it can sequester carbon. And this is really the very important thing, because if you look at, for example, what are the three big climate solutions? You see that you have, on the one hand, energy, right? Energy efficiency, and also energy shift towards renewables. And we are already doing that, and we're getting better and better at that. The second is shift in materials and processes in industry, right? So we are also becoming more efficient in industry. We're looking now, for example, at new building materials. You know that cement, for example, emits a tremendous amount of carbon. So we are looking at new building materials, and this is also advancing. So industry and energy can help us to reduce emissions, but it plays only a very small role in sequestration. What is sequestration? It's pulling the carbon excess out of the atmosphere and putting it where it causes damage and putting it into the soil where it creates a lot of benefit. When you look at soil that is rich and healthy and productive, it's typically dark. It's dark black, it's dark brown, it's dark red. What's the dark? The dark is the carbon, right? So only two methods can sequester carbon. Oceans that do it naturally, because there's a lot of life in oceans, and that life is supported by the carbon that's being pulled in the ocean, but humans cannot do that much. We can do mangroves, we can do some algae and so forth, but we don't want to mess too much with the ocean because it's a very complex system and you cannot manipulate it too much. But what we can manipulate and successfully manipulate is agriculture and forestry, which, for example, why your project of 10 billion trees is very important. It's a big contribution, not only to Saudi Arabia, to the whole world. It's a very visionary project. And we can even combine it with agriculture, because between the shrubs and the trees, you can also do agriculture. This is called agroforestry. It's done around the world very successfully. So if we would transition into these new forms of agriculture, we could actually sequester massive amounts of carbon. We at the moment emit about 40 gigatons of carbon. Already 36 gigatons are already sequestered by nature. Oceans and soil and forests and agriculture. We can increase this with these new forms of agriculture and forestry, and when we do that, even with current emissions, we could go to not only carbon neutral, but reduce the carbon, which means actually that we have more time for the transition to new forms of energy, to new forms of industry, which will take decades to create. So if we now shift our agriculture and our forestry into these new innovations that have higher productivity, higher income opportunity, then we actually can solve the climate problem. So it's very important that this is a very positive message, and we have to think about how this can happen practically. So I want to talk to you, to give you 4 examples that show how this is already happening on the ground. This is not some kind of philosophy that can only happen in our dreams and in the future. No, it's already demonstrated at large scale on millions of acres. Now we need to turn it to billions of acres. The same as with the trees. You have a 10 billion tree project, let's have a 10 billion farm project. Let's turn the farms into a much better form of agriculture. So I'm going to talk to you first about an amazing project in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is a state of India on the east southern side of India. It has over 50 million inhabitants. It is 1,000 kilometers coastline. It has mountains, it has deserts, it has forests, it has all kinds of agricultural production. And over the last 8 years, we have scaled the farming of this Andhra Pradesh community-managed natural farming from 40,000 farmers to 1 million farmers in 8 years. And now we will scale this from 1 million over the next 5 years to 4 million farmers. And the number of total farmers in Andhra Pradesh is 6 million farmers. So in 5 years, we will be 2/3 of the whole farming community in Andhra Pradesh. What does that mean? Natural farming will be the new mainstream of farming in Andhra Pradesh. If it can be done in Andhra Pradesh, it can be done in Saudi Arabia, it can be done in Brazil, it can be done. In fact, 46 countries have asked us to bring this methodology to other countries. So we're now starting in 10 countries. We are right now have a team in Zambia that has grown crops at times when Zambian farmers were never doing any agriculture because it's too dry. It's the desert period when there's no rain. but you don't need necessarily so much water as people tell you you need. Because if you have very water-efficient agriculture, you can do this. So, for example, in Andhra Pradesh, many farmers had maybe only one harvest a year, and even that was difficult. And we're talking rain-fed, right? No irrigation. Now, without irrigation, they have 3 harvests. Because when you have healthy plants, they start being capable to draw humidity from the air. Because even if you go out now and you think you are in the desert here, but the humidity is still in the air. It's not only rainfall that gives plants humidity, it's also their capacity, and they start growing hair like we grow on our body. And that hair can attract water. And so you can look into desert lands and you see like an amazing, this used to be a desert-like land. And why is the scaling so successfully, right? In 8 years only, these are illiterate, mostly illiterate farmers. They live in little villages. We're not talking about scaling an app, you know? I mean, imagine you have to scale from 40,000 to 1 million, 1 million people that need to change their behavior. It's because it is much higher yields, better productivity, and it's, of course, better also for human health. And they like to eat healthy food, like everybody else. If you give them the option, they eat healthy food. So look at this, right? So you can see how these fields are completely dry, but you can create this just by different ways of farming. You can compare how the richness of vegetation, and I'm picked especially here pictures that have also some kind of trees that you would have here, right? This is after a few months of taking the desert into some form of farming. You can see they ran some water there along the sand. And this is a few years later. This lady was the first in her village to start with this methodology. She was illiterate. Her husband didn't want to do it. It's often the wives, actually. As you know, many of the farmers around the world are women. And often the women are more willing to be innovative than the men, because the men know better. But the women get together in women groups, and they tell each other, and they learn from each other. And they sit around kitchen tables, and they help each other to see what's possible. So she said to her husband, okay, because he said, no, I don't want to do this new stuff. We have been doing this old farming for decades, and my father has done it, and I don't want to change. So she said, okay, I go on strike. If you want to do the old farming, I'm not farming anymore. Thank you very much. You do it, I don't do it. So eventually the husband said, okay, I give you the land that is not being used anymore, because it is, as I said, the mini desert in their farm. So she took that land, and in the first year, she had higher productivity than he had on the chemical farms. So he said, oh, it's an accident, it's a bad year for me, good year for you, okay. Next year, she again outperformed him. In the third year, he gave in, and he said, okay, you're the better farmer, you decide what we do. And you can imagine what that also does for cultural transformation, right? When women are respected and seen as innovators by their daughters, by their husbands, by their sons, by the community, it also brings about a new culture. Not everybody may like that, but I think the women like it a lot. So this was her production, right? You can see 8 bags of rice with the chemical farming, right? And India was the master country of the so-called Green Revolution. There was nothing green about it. It was actually the chemical revolution. This is what she gets now with natural farming, from 8 bags to 30 bags. And on average, of course, these numbers are not necessarily that extreme, but we have a 56 to 80% increase on average in samples of thousands of farmers. And this is also very relevant for this region, right? So when you have actually these trees and also not only trees, but agriculture production between the trees, what we call multi-cropping and agroforestry, you have measured 29 degrees, which is still relatively comfortable to live and to farm. Without this, this is a chemical farming soil, they're waiting for their harvest, right? The soil is being baked. This kills all life, all productivity. And this is why this chemical farming is not productive. You challenge life. So if you do that in northern Germany, right, the temperature will be more or less the same because it rains, it's cold anyway. But if you do this in India, Arabia, South America, Africa, you have these kind of differences of temperatures. And another big problem that we now see around the world is you get these massive rainfalls, right? So on the left, you see a healthy field after a storm, after a cyclone. On the right, you see what happened in the chemical field, right? It's all laying down, and it's actually completely lost because the plants, when you give them too much chemicals, they don't have much strength. It's the same thing if you put into your body, from time to time you get sick, you take antibiotics, okay. But if you take antibiotics every day, your immune system will be dead and you will not be strong, right? So natural farming is like building up the immune system of the soil. It makes the plant strong. And therefore, for example, it's much more pest resistant. So this farming, for example, also compared, there was a big pest that attacked chili plantations. And the farms that were natural farming, that used natural pesticides, had 3 times higher productivity than the ones that used pesticides. Because pesticides promise you total success, but they also have partial success only. Nothing has total success. Everybody has problems. Every method has problems. Also natural farming has problems. But this farmer, for example, I tell you the story, he used chemical farming before, and he only grew the banana trees or stouts, right? So he has now 50 to 100% more bananas. But also he has all these other crops that they're collecting there, 20 different crops they're growing, vegetables and pulses and all kinds of stuff. And so they can harvest this throughout the year because they get ripe after 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. And so they can either eat this or they can sell it on the local market. And they call it, therefore, ATM, anytime money, because they can harvest this at any time. And so they also diversify their income streams, right? It's also economically useful, but it's also healthy because they now all eat organic food. Instead of, before they just had bananas, so they had to go to the market to buy their food. Now they can eat from their own farm, and we're encouraging all the farmers to have their own gardens with many different fruit and vegetables and so forth. So, jumping to another example, this is the Sahel, one of the most dry and challenged places on earth. And yesterday, we were here with our friends from the UN World Food Program. They have transitioned, you see the 3 stages, 450,000 hectares of Sahel from complete desert into this success in 5 different countries, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and so forth. So this is a different methodology, and we are in fact now thinking and working with them to see whether we can use the Andhra Pradesh methodology to bring even greater productivity to the picture to the right, because you could have much more agriculture there. So this is another method, and I'm just showing that there's diversity of methods. It's not all the same. This is another desert in Egypt, and we will very soon have the people who will talk about this project. So I won't talk about this project at length. But this is what they made happen in this desert. Same desert. This is possible. And they planted tens of different crops there. We can do this. This is all possible. And this is a completely different picture. This is in Brazil, but I so far have talked about relatively small pieces of land. This is 50,000 hectares. That's 120,000 acres. They produce 1/3 of the world's organic cane sugar. It's 30–40% more productive than the sugarcane fields in the neighborhood that use chemicals and GMOs. It's all tested. They have 23 different certifications. And they have shared their technology with farmers that do soy, that do corn, that do rice, that do all kind of fruits, citrus, and so forth. They all have the same result. So you can do this in India and Andhra Pradesh in very small farms. And you can do this also. This is some of the best farmland in the world. This is in the state of Sao Paulo. This is the dream of farmers. So it works on all continents, on all scales, with all crops. So don't let anybody tell you that that's not possible. If they tell you it's not possible, remind them of Tesla, how they also said Tesla is never going to be successful until it was worth more than the entire German, American, and Japanese car industry. And here just came the gentleman who's going to talk about this becoming this. So this already said. So he will also talk about EOL Global, or Thoraya will. And this is a very empowering opportunity. But I want to, I thought Helmi would talk after me. That's why I also have this photo. Because when we now talk about the agriculture technology, it's very important to realize it's not just about the farming technology. It's about the people technology. It's about how to get millions and millions of people to change their behavior, to wake up to new possibilities. And they may be illiterate, but that doesn't mean that they can't be super bright and wise. I think it's very important for educated people, what we call educated people, to not be arrogant. Mostly people who are farmers, they have a great wisdom, and we can learn a lot from them. And we can at the same time also help them to learn computers. We can help them to do art, because we want to develop the whole human being. And if we develop the whole human being, then they can also bring about a regenerative world, because a regenerative world is good for all parts of the system. In the modernist solutions, we often have something that is good for one thing and bad for many other things, right? So the combustion engine was wonderful. It was super. I mean, it was a great way to transport us from A to B, and it was fun, but it was also limiting and created a lot of negative impacts. And now we can create solutions that are good for business, for economic development. They can be good for climate, for deserts, for soil, for food, for health. And this is what we have to look for. True solutions are good for the whole system. That's when we call them truly regenerative. If they're not good for the whole system, they don't deserve the name regenerative. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Walter. This was really inspiring. I hate to break the flow, but I'm following the leads of the organizers. So we'll go back a little bit to the local context and a little bit of I'mar's outlook and engagement in this arena. And I will call Professor Wael Abdelmuiz, who's joined our team over the last almost 4 years. not yet fed up with you yet. And he's been managing the scientific part of the activities in the 10 billion trees studies, and currently heading the environmental activities in Imar and climate solutions. He's a professor of energy and environment, spent 12 years in Japan, Osaka, and then we brought him in here. So welcome, Dr. Wael.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid, for the introduction. Actually, I will go to the flow and I will prepare for the next or the coming presentation by Mr. Helmi and Mrs. Suraya, Dr. Suraya. I'm going to speak about the methodology for carbon sequestration and certification in afforestation projects. Actually, it's like I decided to have a strategy of de-assembly and assembly of the topics. I mean, firstly, we will de-assembly the terminologies to make like introductory to how we are going to deal with the methodology and the most important terminologies in the subject. Then we will go through the local market in Saudi Arabia and what is the future in the coming years. Oops. The agenda is just about introduction. I'm going to introduce some important definitions, and even for myself, there are many terminologies are interchanges with each others, and sometimes I'm even myself quarreled about the different terminologies. So I'm going to deassemble these terminologies. Then I will go directly to how to carbon sequestration and what does it mean in the field of afforestation projects, related to, of course, to the 10 billion trees in KSA. Then I will go to the carbon sequestration process itself, the carbon certification, the stages and the phases, and finally I'll give you a real example for carbon credit calculation for one of the projects here in KSA made it or done by Amal. The idea of carbon sequestration began as a response to the growing needs to comfort climate change. Since the early 20th century, research has been moving toward this understanding how to reduce the accumulation of carbon. And why carbon specifically? Because this is coming from the theory and the, proven science of the accumulation of what's so-called the greenhouse gases that affect the temperature of the air. These greenhouse gases, we are looking to reduce its percent in the atmosphere. So from here, this is the beginning. In 1997, the United Nations Kyoto Protocol marked an important step by setting binding emission reduction target for industrial countries. One of the major steps happened in 2008. The United Nations launched what's so-called RED, Reducing Emission from Deforestation and Forest Degradation, which is related to the afforestation and deforestation and land degradation. Actually, the project started in 2008 and is still running up to now in a global scale. Within the vision of 2030, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia seeks to enhance its efforts to sequester carbon and confront climate change through. The Kingdom aims to sequester 278 million tons of carbon annually by 2030. Green KSA, that I honor to be one of the consultants working in the project with the high ambition of planting or enabling growing 10 billion trees in KSA, initiatives to enable the growth and the planting of 10 million trees, adopting carbon capture and storage technology like carbon capture and storage CCS technology, switching to the renewable energy to generate 50% of energy needs, and finally the Kingdom aspires to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. I'm here, I will start from the very early beginning. What the greenhouse gases? This is actually, there are three of them, the most famous CO2, CH4, and nitrous. To tell a truth, the effect of CH4 is 30 times the CO2, and the effect of nitrous is 300 times the CO2. But why CO2 is concerned? That's because it's representing almost 76% of these collection of the gases. So this is the main pain is coming from the carbon. The carbon, I will go through what's so-called the different definition for what does it mean carbon removal. It's a process of removing the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So what does it mean the carbon sequestration? Actually, it is the process by which trees absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in the biomass and soil. So it's like how to do this. And the carbon storage retain absorbed carbon in a biomass of tree, plants, and soil, preventing its release back to the atmosphere. It is not only important to capture the carbon from the atmosphere and store it, you have to make sure that this carbon is not going to return back again to the atmosphere. The carbon credit here, this is, I mean, from the United Nations, this is the way, it's come like a way to finance this afforestation project. It's a mechanism to give back for the people that are going to reduce this carbon emission, a benefits of why they have to do this. And for that reason, they make a permit to represent the right to emit 1 metric tons of carbon dioxide or equivalent greenhouse gases. As I just mentioned, for CH4, it's 30 times. I need to repeat these numbers, 30 times CH4, 300 times for the nitrous. The value of carbon credit varies based on the market condition, but generally reflects the cost of mitigation 1 ton of carbon dioxide emission. The carbon sink, this is the place that we are going to store the carbon, because here we are not only talking about natural base, we are focusing in this presentation on natural base, but for other industrial processes that the carbon dioxide could be captured from the industrial environment and be stored, whether maybe in the aquifers systems like hydrological storage, or even to be in a physical storage to store the carbon dioxide to be used in another industry or another application like algae growing, for example. The carbon sequestration and storage, it is the technology. We have now different technology, CCS technologies, to how to capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and to store it and to prevent its returning back again to the atmosphere. So these are the most important related terminology. And then we will go to the process of how, now we are going to focus on the afforestation process, natural-based carbon sequestration. The process of photosynthesis that absorb the sun. Sun is the source of all energy in the whole universe. All types of energies are coming from the sun, even the renewable energy. Solar energy are coming from the sun. Wind energy are coming from the sun. The fossil energy are coming from the sun. The coke, all other types of energy, the source is coming from the sun. So the sun are the major source of energy to this life. And again, using the sun, the plant has the ability to absorb the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it or sequestrate it, as we just understand now. The sequestration is just not only to get out the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, it is to get it out and store it in a safe storage that will guarantee that it will not return back again to the atmosphere. So this is the process of how the plant capturing the carbon dioxide, utilizing the sunlight, and store it into the soil. Not only the soil and the biomass itself of the plant itself. And here, as just Mr. Walter mentioned, that it will turn your soil into black, healthy soil. Now, before starting telling about how much trees can sequestrate the carbon dioxide, we have to distinguish between a very beauty terminology have coming out from the Green KSA project, what's so-called the tree equivalent. It is not only about tree could be classified, or the green cover, or the plant could be classified into 3 different classifications. First, the tree, the shrubs, and the green cover. Shrubs stored about 64% of the value of what tree is stored. And the difference between shrubs and tree, shrubs is any tree cannot grow higher than 1.5 meters. This is the definition here in KSA. So tree is any plant that can grow over 1.5 meter, and the green cover, you know that the grasses and herbal and the other things. So the shrubs are absorbing 35% or 64% of the value of what tree stored, while soil or green cover grass store them according to their density. On average, it stores about from 200 to 1 kilogram, 1 ton per hectare, or 0.06 gram per square meter. So it is even. We don't have to look only about the trees, shrubs. Even the green cover has the ability to sequestrate the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So now, if you look to the lifetime of a tree, to start, for example, from the first year, we start sequestrating carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, about from 2 to 10 kilograms. By growing the tree until reaching the mature, it could sequestrate about 30 kilograms each year by its own. This is an average, and by the way, we are very conservative. This is the lowest value that one tree can do. And of course, we can find how shrubs and green cover can do in the same. When it's come old one, it's still, even it is old, it can sequestrate about 20 kilograms annually. Now, I'm going just to glimpse, to touch what's happening in the KSA with respect to the carbon sequestration and the carbon market as a whole. As I just defined, the carbon credit is 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. When you have a project and you calculated that according to applying this project, whether it is natural based or industrial based, and you can reduce the carbon emission by 1 ton, this equal to 1 credit. So this is the definition of the carbon credit. Actually, to tell the truth, when the market start by what's so-called the compliance market, which is governed by the UN and the government itself. But due to the very complexity of the process and the people themselves, the human themselves, when they start feeling this is important items and we have to save our earth, what so-called parallel market start to grow, what we call the voluntary market. The voluntary market is like you can consider as NGO organization. It's non-governmental organization, for example. Those people are gathered and they start to make a standard and start to make like a stock market for exchanging and introducing the company that are producing to the one that cannot reduce and to put them together to have like a stock exchange. So the voluntary market coming from the society itself, from the, global society, and it's growing very quickly nowadays. So what's the state here in KSA? Actually, the regional voluntary carbon market initiated by the BFI, the Saudi Public Investment Fund in 2022 with the collaboration with the Tadawul, and they started the first local Saudi voluntary market under the name of RVCMC. The main objective was to facilitate the trading of carbon credit, supporting the achievements of climate goals, and motivating companies to adopt environmentally friendly practices. But what really made me sad, actually, it's like they start 2 different auctions. You know, this is in the stock market. They will show a project, that this project are reducing carbon, and they start to exchange who is going to buy these credits. And what is really amazing, that in 2022, 1.5 million of tons of carbon credit were sold. Who was the buyer? Who was the seller? The buyer, actually the Saudi companies, the biggest Saudi companies, Aramco, Sabic, Yanbu, Cement. But the seller was all outside Saudi Arabia. So that is our goal now. Amar is trying to drag the market into those big buyers to start buying the local project that sequestrated carbon, and specifically we are focusing in the natural base because that we are coming from the Green KSA field of planting 10 billion trees. The second auction, 2023, they grow up almost the double to sell to buy and sell 2 million tons of carbon credit, and again the buyer were the biggest player in Saudi Arabia, and the seller were outside KSA project in Kenya and Zambia and in other projects. For organizations that certify carbon credit in voluntary carbon market, we have different categories. Some of them are old, some of them are new, but we have to focus that not all of them are doing the same work. Some of them are focusing, for example, in industry. The other, and a few of them are focusing in the natural base. Vera, Gold Standard, Climate Action Reserve, American Carbon Registry, and we are here lucky to have Economy of Love. Actually, this is our partner, partner, and they are focusing mainly in the afforestation project. They have a very wonderful success story, and Mr. Helmi and Dr. Soraya will go through that very soon after my presentation. And we will see how we can build a new registry very close to our environment and directed to the afforestation and reforestation projects. All of these standards are working under guidelines by clean development mechanism developed by CDM, developed by UN, and all of them, they are following the same and adapting the methodology that adapted to their environment and or at least the type of the carbon sequestration project. And again, we here are focusing in the greening or planting or afforestation project or natural-based carbon sequestration. This is the process of how to start by VRCM or monitoring and validating the process, and end by getting certificates and to sell it into the market. This is actually, it's like 6 main steps. Could be done in 3 years, 4 years, and could be done in 6 months. Why and how? This is because of the process that you adopted, the methodology that you are following. How are you going to handle your project? So this is one of the merits that we have to compare with whom we are going to play with to certify our project. So this is one of the major, let me say, criteria for selecting which company to start with or to work with to get your certificate. The project starts by project development or developers that we are trying to play this role in Saudi as Amar company to be project developers, for examples, and we started to manage how to certify the project, and as I just mentioned, we are mainly focusing in the greening project. I'm going to give an example for one of our projects that we are working within. It's we call it the Wahid, the Serper, that we are now supervising planting 4.5 million trees in suburbans. So how can we get benefit from that? By trying to get a carbon certificates of such a project. In this table, as you can see, that not all trees can sequestrate the same amount of carbon dioxide. It's based on the tree type and the condition around this tree, I mean the environmental condition around this tree, that finally we can calculate exactly, or at least to a very high precision value, the carbon could be sequestrated. We have this, we done this in Amman, and we can, as you can see, we can calculate, or we could finally calculate, for example, in one part of one suburban, how much we can get from carbon sequestration certificate. In one suburban, we can get 2 million within 20 years and almost 11 riyal in this very small amount of trees. So imagine that if we extend this to 4.5 million or over 10 billion trees. The most important thing in carbon project is how to monitor your progress. I mean, the certificate is not valid forever. When it will be issued, it will be issued for example, 3 years or 5 years, but you have to make sure that your project is running and the project is still capable of reducing the carbon that we calculated at the very early beginning. So by using GIS, we had, for example, this is a real application for Marassia project, our Marassia project, and you can see here, we use what's so-called the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, NDVI, to follow the project. As you can see, the yellow or the orange colors means desert, means no green. And when the greens start, this means you have trees are growing in the project. So starting from 2019, as you can see, almost nothing. And by starting, we start the project at the late of July 2022. We start growing, and as you can see, the green start to appear. And the suite of this that we can, from our offices, using our geospatial platform, we can monitor the progress of the carbon sequestration. We are still keeping our certificates valid. And this is applied in many different other projects. This is as an example. And as you can see, by evaluating the visual appearance of any DVI, we can have numbers, and these numbers are growing, so we can make sure that our project is going well in a healthy regime. And this is another project in North Jeddah. The same, we applied, and finally, I thank you so much. I hope that I took you in a very short journey, and you will enjoy the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Wael. A typical academic exercise by Dr. Wael, but it's important to set the stage for the coming presentations. And hereby I invite Dr. Thuraya to give us her insights. Dr. Thuraya will speak about afforestation efforts in the Middle East. The carbon sequestration and certification. Dr. Thuraya is director of the Carbon Footprint Center in Heliopolis University, with over than 15 years experience in climate change and carbon offsetting. A lot to learn. Please focus.
So you can change with this one and go back with this one. Just try.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Suraya Saada from SECAM. Today I would like to present to you a vision, solution, and success story that millions of people around the world can be used. It is the economy of love whole system carbon credits. EUL carbon credit, it's high quality, high integrity carbon credit. As well, it aims to enhance biodiversity, soil health, human health, and improving the social and the economic condition of a smallholder farmer around the world. But before I start, I would like from you to look to this scenario. This is the future that lie ahead. That's what our new generation will face. We have a scenario of 1.5 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree. You can see drought, you can see losses of water, biodiversity, losses of habitat, losses of all resources that we have. In addition to all that challenge, you can see poverty, water scarcity, population growth, degradation of natural resources, lack of agriculture policies. This is issues not for Egypt or Saudi Arabia, but it's all challenges that all world is facing now. And especially if we look to agriculture, you can see here with the current agriculture system, yearly around from 10 to 12 gigaton of emission is emitted from our agriculture system. Otherwise, if we look to the other side, if we applying the organic and the biodynamic agriculture, yearly we can sequester and save around 18 gigaton of carbon yearly. This is our story. This is the economy of love. Currently, till September 2023, 5,000 smallholder farmers in Egypt is completed this verification process. 26,000 acres has been converted to organic and biodynamic agriculture. 1 million trees have been planted in the desert in Egypt. 250,000 tons of carbon has been sequestered. And how it's working? Economy of Love standard is a holistic scheme standard. It's have 5 main pillars. So the first pillar is mainly for certification, conversion of conventional to be an organic. We have an impact trace tool, and this impact trace is mainly transparency tool to guarantee the fair distribution of income among all supply chain. Impact trace also help me to calculate the true cost of our production system, to know what is the water damage cost, what's the greenhouse gas damage cost, what the biodiversity damage cost of my production system. We have an education pillar to help this smallholder farmer to learn, to understand the challenge and the barrier. We have a fund, and this fund to support more smallholder farmer in the transition process. And we have the carbon credit scheme. This carbon credit is working with the concept of carbon farming. If you look to this model, you can see we have a lot of resources inside the farm that could be source for greenhouse gas emission and same time could be a source of carbon sequestration. We have a soil, we have a trees, we have a cow, we have the energy sector. So with the EOL, we were looking for all carbon potential saving inside the farm. So we measuring our soil carbon sequestration from a biodynamic and organic agriculture. We measuring the amount of carbon sequestered in our trees, so agri-forest model or afforestation model. We measuring the amount of methane avoiding when we convert our waste to be a compost. And we measuring the saving carbon from fuel switching from diesel to renewable energy. So this is the four main pillars in economy of love: soil carbon sequestration, agri-forest afforestation, compost production, and renewable energy. And how the carbon credit is working? It's actually work with the net carbon removal. So in any project, we start to calculate the baseline of this project. Is it desert? Is it conventional? So we here have a baseline of emission. And then we started to applying our project for 1 year. So the farmer is converted to organic or planting trees, installing renewable energy, convert to compost. And then we detect the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that could be emitted from the farm from using energy in transportation or others. So the equation could be like that: net carbon removal equal carbon removal or emitted baseline minus the total carbon removal minus greenhouse gas emission. With this equation, we can guarantee that the carbon credit issued with the farm is the net carbon saving inside the farm. And how to measure? We have three main approaches that IPCC and UFCCC is approved. You could measure, so every year you measure soil analysis, measure trees, or you can measure and then using modeling like remote sensing or others. So you can using any one of this applied IPCC methodology. I can give you just average number about the impact of this practice. So I can say is the average carbon sequester per one trees could be 33 kilograms CO2 yearly. 1 ton compost could saving around 600 kilograms CO2. 1 fadden is converted or reclaimed from desert to be an organic could sequester more than 1.5 ton of CO2 yearly, and fuel switching from diesel to renewable energy could saving 1.35 ton of CO2. This number is the average which you already achieved in Egypt. And what you need to develop a carbon project? Actually, you need three main partners. The first is the standard. You should choose the standard. Here, our standard is Economy of Love, that owned by the Egyptian Biodynamic Association. This standard should be ISO certified, should follow with IPCC, UNFCCC, High Integrity Council for developing the carbon credit. And you need a developer. This developer, here in our case, it's Carbon Footprint Center in Egypt at Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development. It's the first entity to have ISO 14064 for quantification, monitoring, and reporting of greenhouse gas emission. And the third part, it should be the validation and the verification body. So to develop any project, you need these three: choose the standard, developer, and validation and verification body. And the step of the project, like Dr. Wael just mentioned, we start to develop the project. You need to make the project design document. And this project design document, it's meaning you write what you will do. I'm choosing the Economy of Love standard. I know the criteria that I should doing. I will follow steps 1, 2, 3. And here we make an ex post or expected emissions that I will saving and sequester inside my project. And then you start to implement the project, planting trees, applying the practice of organic. And then you will go to the third party to have a validation. After that, you will making the activity and then verification. And most of people say it, what is the difference between validation and verification? Validation, you look to the future. So in the validation report, still you didn't make an activity, but you says, my methodology, my equation, my implementation, after 1 year, will getting this amount of carbon. Verification, you look to the past. So it's done after you implement your project, and the verifier is coming to say, yes, it's happened. They already sequestered the amount. After you finish the verification, you can issue the carbon credit, and then you can put this carbon credit in the EUL registry for start the trading of carbon credits. And you can see here this a model after you issue the carbon credit. 80% of the carbon credit is directly back to the smallholder farmer. So 60% is direct payment, 20% is getting the buffer. And this buffer could be for 5 years to guarantee that a smallholder farmer would complete with you, not just 1 year to getting the carbon credit and then he's gone, or cutting the trees or back to convention. So we take 20% buffer to guarantee this is sustainable continuous of activity. And 15% is going to cover the validation, verification, and registration process. And 5% is go to EUL fund. EUL fund aims to support another smallholder to join this EUL. So this is the structure, financial structure of the impact of carbon credit. And you can see here how it is holistic approach to support a smallholder farmer, funding them guarantees a sustainable of practice. And where the farmer can put its credit? The first is the EUL registry. Any standard should have a registry as a first step to market its credit. In each registry, you will find the complete story about each project. And also we have African Carbon, which is Egyptian government platform monitoring and regulator with the financial regulator authority and the Egyptian stock exchange to make an auction for this carbon credit. So EUL smallholder farmer can put their carbon credit in the African Carbon platform. I would like to give you example about this smallholder farmer. He just have 6 acres, less than 2 hectares. This farmer yearly can get per acre 200 euro. So if you have 6 acres, it could be 1,300 euro yearly, just impact from carbon credits. You can imagine how this money can support the smallholder farmer. This is amount maybe more than what can he get from just the production system. And this is the real achievement on land with our smallholder farmer. You can see here screenshot from our registry. As I mentioned, complete transparency impact trace tool. So if you go to the registry, you can find currently we have 10,000 smallholder farmer is in the registry. You can find the complete story about each farmer, location, area, GIS for the farm, complete story about his start, what is the production, what is he's done. You can find the implementation of SDG, what he's achieved with SDG goals. You can find the number of credits. You can also download the BDD validation, verification, monitoring report, and you can impact trace all the credit purchase happen, for whom he is paid, how many amount, the dates, everything, the certificate, everything is put in the registry with complete transparency tool. This is the phases of the project. In 2018, we start only with 1 farm, second farm that Mr. Helmi Abou Aish will present and learn more us about it. In phase 2, and currently we are phase 3, we have, as I mentioned, 10,000 smallholder farmer, and our aim and upscaling to reach 40,000 farmer by 2025. This is the certificate of economy of love. In this certificate, in each 1 ton, as you know, 1 carbon credit, it's meaning sequester 1 ton. So in each certificate, we write this issue. When you purchase 1 economy of love carbon credit, it's meaning you plant 13 trees in desert. You convert 554 meters square from conventional or desert to be an organic and biodynamic agriculture. You produce 410 kilograms of compost in each carbon credit you sell. This is one of our amazing achievements that happened in 2022 when we work with the Egyptian government to launch the voluntary carbon market in Egypt. So currently we have a regulatory voluntary carbon market. We have a regulatory platform managing by Egyptian Stock Exchange, so smallholder farmer can put this carbon credit in Egyptian Stock Exchange and started to making auction on it. The last sales done in this platform was in COP29, with selling around 1,000 carbon credit from smallholder farmer through this platform, FRA platform. With a very good price, it's around 26 euro per credit. What I would like to mention to you now, as we always say, is what we are facing is not Egypt challenge or Saudi Arabia challenge, but is global challenge. That's why we need a global effort. And here, this is our call of action. We have a joint call. We would like from all to agree on the minimum requirement that we need to issue this carbon credit. We need a financing tool, pre-financing tool to support the smallholder farmer to join economy of love and support them till they issue their carbon credit. After they issue carbon credit, they need a support. Everything can be done with the impact of this carbon credit without support from anyone. We need to facilitate and giving easy access for smallholder farmer to enter this voluntary carbon market. We need to reach, to have a channel between this smallholder farmer and international company to support and offsetting their emission with the voluntary carbon market. I would like to just mention our partner, our purchase EOL carbon credit in all the world. You can find concrete from Egypt, you can find Volksbank in Germany, Tredius Bank in Germany, you can find insurance company in Egypt. All this country is support economy of love and smallholder farmer in Egypt, Stock Exchange, National Bank in Egypt, Terra Institute, the Lending Bank Group, People Were Organic, Velida, Lebanese Bomb, Amisol. All these international companies inside and outside Egypt support EOL carbon credits. And thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Threya. Very educating. And I think it's fair to say proudly that Egypt has really achieved a breakthrough with the efforts with SICM and EOL, being the first regulated voluntary market in the region and being the first specialized nature-based tool. Our next speaker, next and last speaker, ختامه مسك, Dr. Helmi. Dr. Helmi will speak about afforestation efforts in the Middle East, a little bit of a regional outlook. Dr. Helmi is the CEO of SICM initiative in Egypt, a very interesting long-term story. He's a global leader in sustainable development, known for promoting biodynamic agriculture, renewable energy, and community development. He also chairs the board of Heliopolis University and a co-founder, chairperson of EOL Global. Dr. Helmi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. And I will, because I have this luxury of having Soraya explained the economy of love standard, I will just take you and share with you the story of SECAM. A story which obviously will focus today on desert restoration and ecosystem regeneration. And we have done this on a particular farm in the new valley of Egypt, which is consisting of many oases. One of them called is the Wahat al-Bahareya oasis, where we started this in 2019. On this particular fertile soil you can see, which is perfect for agriculture, of course. But before I go into this one, I want to connect this to the SECAM vision. And it's obviously in 1977, when my late father, Ibrahim Abou Laish, has established SECAM, that the whole vision and the whole initiative of SECAM has been born. 1977, he came to this idea to create a model for system change in agriculture, a model for system change in the economy, a model for system change in the education system for Egypt. Out of his experience of Europe, he was living there where I was born, in Austria. He wanted to go back to Egypt to really prove that there are better ways and more future-adapted ways to develop agriculture, economy, ecology, and so on. A lot of people thought this is a nice idea, but when he then got more concrete, saying that he's going to do this with organic farming, biodynamic farming, nobody did believe this will ever work in the desert, of course. When he went one step further, saying he will do this with Iqtisad al-Mahabba, economy of love, everyone was sure this is not going to work. Taman, there's nothing called economy of love. And when he claimed that we want to focus on human development and on community development, and that people are the focus of whatever we do, everyone thought this is a nice idea, but not for a social entrepreneur, and it will never work. So this was the starting point, 1977. And against all odds, this miracle has evolved where out of desert, near to Cairo, a small area, about 200 hectares or something, 400 acres. Now, out of desert sand, an oasis has evolved where we could prove that biodynamic farming is perfectly capable of reclaiming desert. But not only this, also thousands of smallholder farmers are applying now biodynamic farming successfully in Egypt, producing biodynamic raw materials, which our co-workers, more than 2,500 co-workers, process to food, pharmaceuticals, garments for the local market, mainly for the local market. And out of the added value of this economy of love endeavor, where we compete with Unilever and local companies, smaller, bigger ones, and where we are able to deliver to 55,000 supermarkets and 35,000 pharmacies. And I think we are in nearly every household of Egypt with one of our products. So reaching this with this competition is a proof that obviously economy of love is a very competitive economic system, but based on that the love between all the players in the supply chain is the most important efficiency enhancer. Okay, but what's next, of course? When this has been established, it was always at the same time focusing on human development. Every single employee of this 2,500 employees has 10% of his working time dedicated to his potential unfolding, education, in whatever he needs. All the kids of the community have a school and go to schools, also the kids of the community around us. And in a Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development, 3,400 students today are educated in organic farming and renewable energy and many, many other things, including a core program. So out of the economy of love cycle, there was enough added value to also develop social and cultural development projects. And still, in 2017, when my father passed away and we had to think, what are we going to do the next 40 years? Where are the miracles of the next 40 years? We actually came up with a vision that we want to disseminate this model of SECAM in Egypt and make sure that every one of the 7 million farmers and every one of the many million stakeholders in every field can also learn and benefit from our experience. And obviously doing this following a certain logic of research, prototyping, upscaling, we defined the goals we want to see established in the next 40 years. Basically coming up with a vision for Egypt from SECAM's point of view for 2057. This is what we have developed. There's a book which you can see in English, currently translated into Arabic, where we describe the 16 SECAM vision goals, where, for example, it says we will have in 2057 100% of our farmers using organic, biodynamic, regenerative agriculture. Every company in Egypt is going to use the principles of economy of love, whatever name they use. Every education institution in Egypt is really going to focus on lifelong learning, on potential unfolding in all dimensions, with arts, with culture, with handicrafts, and so on. Now, the first of the targets we took on as the SECAM community in 2017 to work on the implementation, and we obviously recognize it will take 40 years, but to work on how to scale up biodynamic and organic agriculture to all the farmers in Egypt. 7 million farmers along the Nile, smallholder farmers, but many, many, many farmers now working on big pieces of desert land reclamation. We recognized that we still need to prove once more that desert land reclamation is working. And our farm, which started on the desert 47 years ago, was already so green and so that nobody did believe this is really desert. So we needed to start. We selected a place in the Bahareya Oasis, which you can see here, which is a little bit south of Cairo, with about 30,000 people, 4 million palm trees, which is more important for the information of such an oasis, and sitting on the Nubian Aquifer. And the Nubian Aquifer, the biggest in the world, from Egypt, Libya, Chad, Sudan, South Sudan, containing 1,500 years of Nile water, but still being a fossil groundwater source, needed special attention. So we started, and you can see when we started 2019, how it looked at the beginning and how it looked 1-2 years after. Very quickly we could prove that biodynamic agriculture, compost, a very good water management system, good crop rotation and so on, could affect this miracle in the desert. Obviously, we are starting with sand, and we have to be very clear. Starting with sand means you have to invest first into creating a living soil. You have to put compost, you have to have a crop rotation which enhances organic matter and really invest into your living soil at the first place. You cannot just use the sand and put on chemical fertilizers to push things. No, you have to first build a soil. But then, obviously, when you are sitting on a fossil fuel water source, and this is something which Saudi Arabia and many other countries in the region have also experienced, then you must ask yourself how I am going to use each of this very valuable crop into biomass. What kind of crops do not use a lot of water to produce a lot of biomass? We selected, for example, prickly pears and moringa trees, where we can work with 1/10 of the quantity of water per acre of all of our neighbors in the oasis. And this is for us a very important point, because Egypt is below water poverty. like many other countries in the region. And so water is of the essence. So I'm just mentioning this point, I will come back to it. But for us, being able to select drought-resistant varieties was one of the very important issues from the very beginning. Of course, in the end, you don't want to forget community. It's all about people living there. So we have developed a place where people can live, where people can live in dignity, where people can come together in circles every day, where they have all the facilities from the mosque to the cafeteria, from the clinic to nice places to stay. But of course, we needed also to work on the agricultural side, and so we have farming experts who planted hundreds of thousands of trees. Out of a 1 million tree initiative there, reclaimed about 300 hectares of land out of the 2,000 hectares total area. And of course, only use crops which do not use a lot of water. This is one point which I have to say over and over again. Abusing fossil water is one of the most inefficient practices you can ever imagine, but using it for medicinal herbs like chamomile or jojoba, for date palms and so on, of course makes a lot of sense. And of course, I know that Saudi Arabia is proud to have the best dates in the world. I think we are proud to have the best dates in Sekem, so we don't compete. But very nice dates, I can tell you. And not only that we have crops, but we have also biodiversity. We did a baseline assessment when we started, and I can tell you the biodiversity is increasing exponentially. And we started there a project to conserve a very traditional Egyptian bee variety called the Lamarki bee, which is on the way of distinction. So you see, you think it's desert, but it's not. It is desert with all the wonderful wildlife attached and all the wonderful biodiversity attached. And then, of course, it had to be depending on renewable energy. So all this farming activity, all the electricity, all the irrigation is happening from 100% renewable energy. About 1.2 megawatts are there installed. Maybe now there are already 2 megawatts. And because there is an issue that you want to irrigate sometimes in the night, we used the mountainous areas of our farm. Up there on the mountain, we have created this water reservoir so that we, during the day, can pump up, and overnight, we can use it without batteries, just with gravity to irrigate our pea woods. And then within this wonderful prickly pears and moringa field, we recognized, because it's one of the lowest points of the farm, that we can recollect the irrigation water of the dates and jojoba, which are on a higher ground, and reuse it once more. So not only that we use 1/10, but out of this 1/10, a big percentage is reused water, which already irrigated once, and it's irrigating a second time, because these are also salt-resistant varieties. And obviously, the second time you use it, you have already a salinity in the water, which is much higher than the first time. So you have to have salt-resistant varieties like this tamarisk, like the moringa, and like the prickly pears. And Then you have to have, as I said, places where the people can come together, where you produce for them their food, and where they can eat and celebrate. Because we have there a theater, you have to imagine, in the middle of the White Desert, a wonderful Greek amphitheater, where every 2 weeks at least there is a big event happening, and where we gather then all the kids from the school and all the neighbors and all of our farmers, which are in the meantime 1,700 farmers there, to get a performance in Arabic music or stick dancing or whatever. And last not least, only 2 years ago, we established this most beautiful school in the world, a school out of rammed earth, where we have about 120 kids now in primary and starting in the secondary school. And they are lucky kids, I can tell you, for the Wahat al-Bahariya region, because they have there a full day of education, which is holistic, which has arts and agriculture and many, many other activities, and which is part of this greening the desert effort. So greening the desert is not about plants. It's also about people, community, education, culture, and so on. Obviously, and you just heard it from Soraya, when you come to the question, how could we fund this reclamation of the desert? Now, how can this desert land reclamation be funded out of ecosystem service payments? We were using this economy of love carbon credits at the first place. We, of course, prototyped and so on, as she has described this. And in 2024, in this farm, we generated 13,000 tons. At any price, you can imagine that this is an income which enables us to invest into social, culture, ecological, forest, and other projects which would not be economically viable if we just keep it to the market forces. We know now what an economy of love carbon credit impacts. The one thing which I want to highlight out of all these impacts, all of them are important, is water. Water, water, okay? Because when you go and use fossil water, as in many places, then the essence of the story must be the water footprint. The essence of giving an economy of love carbon credit is that you use water in a meaningful way. Any carbon credit produced with an abuse of water at least would not be an economy of love carbon credit for us. And you have seen from her this upscaling. We started in one farm. We went to 2,000 farmers in 2022. We are currently going to 40,000 farmers all over Egypt until 2025. And hopefully then we will embark on this 2028 mission of reaching 250,000 farmers, which would enable us to reach about 20% of Egypt farming area, which I think would be the critical mass for system change. But this whole presentation was really very much focusing on this issue of land reclamation, desert reclamation, of ecosystem regeneration. And this is why I want to highlight once more the most important points which we have still to improve on, we in SECAM, everywhere in the world, the people. Water must be in the center. It's about variety, technology. Of course, regenerative agriculture already saves 40%, but it needs even more. Then we need to be prepared to protect in the desert areas, desert reclamation areas, our farms with real forests, sheds, fences, because sandstorms, I can tell you, are getting more and more and more, also in Egypt, not only in Saudi Arabia. And we have to have enough time, skills, and educated people to invest into education and to invest into awareness creation and so on and so on. So education and research must be in the front. Last not least, one point I want to give you as my last recommendation is the distorted food market prices. What we are adjusting with the carbon credit is the wrong prices on the shelves of the supermarkets. We have to be clear. We are speaking about this gap between the true price and the supermarket price. And true pricing is a whole science developed by FAO, not by us. But I would really highly recommend any project of the future must always have an underlying true cost accounting running, because only on the true cost you will know whether you're doing the right thing or not. Otherwise, you will always live in an illusionary world. So, having said all this, I want to end by saying that I'm very optimistic with all these tools that we have in our hands, the tools for system change. And together we can do it in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, everywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Helmi. Very inspiring, and I think we all need to build on these success stories. We're going to take a break for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to convene again in a panel discussion to build on the presentations that we saw. And I think it's very important that we delve into some of the details and learn how are we going to scale up and disseminate the experiences in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. See you in not more than 10 minutes. Thank you. Please don't. We're going to start the panel discussion now, so appreciate people to convene again. When people, we should start now, but I'm calling some of the speakers, they vanished, maybe they went to toilets. حتى كيف اطلعوا دي؟ كيف اطلع؟ تحلني والتر؟ Hello? Dr. Threya, please. في ليها سؤالين، في ليها سؤال مهم يعني. وبعدين apparently free seating. This won't be long. It's just yeah, this won't be long. Yeah. This won't be long, so just a couple of wrap-up questions.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen.
طيب. So an interesting session, I believe. Don't be disappointed by the number of audience. There are many that have been really interacting on the live stream. So, and this is recorded again, so the knowledge is documented. And to wrap up on this and make sure that the messages are delivered, maybe a question to both, actually, maybe for all the panelists, but maybe the specialist, Dr. Threya. And we have been hearing a little bit of concentration on farming and agriculture and its relevance to AL. How do you see this can be scaled up to environmental afforestation and the plantation coming from the scale and magnitude of the 10 billion trees initiative in Saudi Arabia?
I mean, everyone can has his perspective. I can tell you my first impression when I did hear about this project, and because I believe that ecosystem regeneration, the bigger scale where agriculture is just a part, will have to be funded in the same way out of ecosystem services like agriculture. I believe that this and many other projects Saudi Arabia is targeting for 2030 and so on, should also be in a way studied at least, whether the ecosystem services attached can fund part of the investments to make it possible to upscale quicker and to fund out of real returns, instead of using the budget and taking state budget or donations. So I would really recommend to study this. And for us in Egypt, in our context of the Seke Wahat al-Bahariya project, we look to the whole Wahat al-Bahariya oasis of about 30,000 people and 40,000 hectares. And we think we can fund the regeneration of this whole oasis out of carbon credits, at the first stage, carbon credits from afforestation and agroforestry.
So I think the question is not only how it can be done, but whether it will be done. And it will be done because it has to be done. There is no alternative to doing it. So once you realize the absolute necessity, then you find the ways to do it. Saudi Arabia, for example, has declared that it wants to be carbon neutral by 2060. How will it possibly achieve that when it continues to sell what the world wants, oil products? It can only achieve that if at the same time there is a massive increase of sequestration of carbon from the atmosphere. What methods for sequestration do we have? We are beginning to have industrial methods where we try to use industrial methods to capture carbon. But when you look at them realistically, not as some kind of idealistic dream, but in real commercial perspective, you see that these methods are very expensive and they sequester very small amounts of carbon. When you look at nature, oceans and soil, whether it's forests or agriculture, you see it already sequesters 36 gigatons anyway, naturally, under current conditions. So we have about 40 gigatons emissions. If you are now shifting from chemical agriculture and forestry to regenerative forms, organic forms that do not use any chemicals, you have two significant economies. Number one, you are not having the emissions. So currently, chemical agriculture emits 22% of all carbon emissions. Imagine we would stop that. And then you shift to regenerative forestry and agriculture. Then you get massive sequestration. If we would just do that and change nothing else, we would already not only be carbon neutral, but carbon positive. If we then also imagine that industry and energy is changing over time, as it is already through renewables, through efficiencies, through better construction materials and so forth, we can really very clearly imagine a time a few decades from now where we reach pre-industrial levels of carbon in the atmosphere. But for that, we have to be realistic. I'm speaking at many places like this. So I was, for example, just at ADIPEC, the world's largest energy conference in the UAE. There is nobody there talking about sequestration through forests and agriculture. Everybody talks about these wonderful technologies that require very high investments, and they are wonderful, especially for the people who sell the technology. But if you see how much they sequester, it's minimal. So I hope that this country, which is so intelligent in so many ways, will also really see what is realistic. And you can, as we have seen in the story of Sekhem, turn the desert into a green, wonderfully productive agricultural land. We know that the desert historically, in many ways, was farmland, was greenland, was grazing land. We can do this again, and that has the additional benefit of bringing food security. I think during COVID, we all learned that it doesn't matter how much money you have. If people are not selling you the products, like India was suddenly not selling anymore, exporting any more rice, you couldn't import any rice. Doesn't matter how much you paid.
Yeah,
So growing food yourself makes you also food secure. Why not do that if it, on addition, sequesters all this carbon? So it's win-win situations. And we can do this if we use really the innovations of the 21st century in agriculture. It's not going back to traditional agriculture as it was done hundreds of years ago. It's going forward to the kind of agriculture that Sekhem, but also other approaches around the world are using now at scale on millions of acres already. And we talked earlier about the other examples in addition to Sekhem that can achieve this. Then how we do it? Well, we do it like we did the 10 billion trees with a master plan where we get the best technologies, we think about systematic implementation, we think about systematic financing that can include carbon credits, biodiversity credits, and others. So let's sit together and make a master plan about it, because your country here has the capacity to be so strategic. Many countries are not strategic. They don't sit down to do master plans.
And I keep saying that the methodology that NCVC has embraced with developing the master plan is a unique approach to looking at the 10 billion trees mandate. And it's this whole system integration that is really unique, and we learned a lot from what we hear today. But again, going back to the details and maybe a little bit of the technicalities where Dr. Threya can shed light and maybe Dr. Wael. Learning from the OEL experience and the hotel evolved in Egypt around the farming and the small community farmers. How is that adaptable to a country like Saudi Arabia, and what changes and adjustments do you see is viable to adapt versus the competing global models like Vera and others, and why is EOL more relevant to a country like Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. Actually, always the difficult steps is the first steps. When you start with a vision, so you should have a vision, then you're doing a lot of research to applying this vision, and then you reach to have a successful model, prototype, success story. When you reach this point, then it could be upscaling for more area. And one of amazing issue, something like what we have now, when we cooperating with others, when we sharing experience, learning from each other, because each country have its resources, and each country can share these resources, sharing knowledge, sharing learning with others. And here we can making a comprehensive model for achievement. What happened in Egypt could be done here in Saudi Arabia, because if we look to the smallholder farmer in all the world, it's the same. We all facing the same challenge. We all facing water scarcity. We all facing the impact of climate change. So we all have this challenge. So the solution could be done in all the places. And the issue of starting the concept of voluntary carbon market, and now have a stock change in Saudi Arabia, stock change in Egypt, and all now is looking into the voluntary carbon market as a solution for investment in all greening projects. This is the key issue, because what is let the people stop in the steps of getting this greening project is a pre-financing. We all looking to pre-financing, how we can guarantee the startup and sustainable of the project. And here the carbon credit is a solution, is a tool that each one can be used to completing, develop this green project and guarantee the sustainable of this green project. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of sectors that needed this carbon credit because most of international companies have its targets. They need to race to zero. They need to be carbon neutral. And they couldn't reach this point with this carbon credit. It's very needed to have a target, to have a decarbonization. They work to reduce this emission, but still you will need amount to race to zero with this carbon credit. And also there are a new challenge like CBAM. It's for sector like cement, steel, and others. This company will facing a lot of challenge starting from 2026 to export, to reducing that emission and be carbon neutral. And here a carbon credit can plays a key role to support this international company for completing their work. So I think we are in the same track. We all working to have the same target and learning and sharing experience, because in the past we're feeling each one is working his area. We have a great initiative in our Arabic region, but each one work alone. Each one just make a success and close on his issue. But we need to learn and sharing these stories with each one of us will getting in his mind a new idea, new opportunity, and this is the only rule to success to facing all challenges.
So it's about collaboration.
Yes.
Let me add to that a very important things, that the political will. I will call back a sad story 7 years ago in Egypt, that one of the biggest agriculture company came to invest and the planting in the desert, very similar project to SECAM, and they selected one of the cactus plants to plant. They have two stages, 5,000 acre and 50,000 acre. And they request that they are going to ask no dollars. They will find funding the whole project without any support from the government of everyone. But they had only one condition, that they will sell the credit and they will own the credit.
Of carbon.
That's the only, of the carbon. So they will finance the whole project from selling the carbon credit. And I was with this team at the time, and we went to the Ministry of Environment and just to fill the papers, and we stopped at one stage. What are we going to do? Blah, blah, blah. And what is carbon sequestration? That we are going to take CO2 from the atmosphere, store it into the plant, and we will get certificates. No, 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 you are not allowed. And they stopped the project because why? We need this CO2. CO2 belongs to the government. You cannot sequestrate it from the atmosphere. So this was the environment at that time, 7 years ago. So here I think that the political will and the education of the people, the education of the market. I mean, as mentioned before, that many of the small farmers, they didn't know about these carbon certificates and how can they get money from that. So we have to go a long way of educating the people themselves and then using the political will, which it is already existing in the Saudi nowadays, to encourage this kind of project. Because sometimes you are doing something and you have a side benefits and you are not looking for these side benefits. 10 billion trees, we calculated as we are coming during, from the 10 billion tree project master plan, we calculated the possible sequestrated amount to be 3 billion tons every day. 3 billion tons every day.
Over the project.
Over the project, yeah. So you can imagine this amount of money. I mean, if you multiply it by even the prices nowadays, like $20 or $30. So how much money this could be re-injected again into the market to enhance or to support the other similar project. So this is really very important. I think we are started at the right time, and we are here. We have the whole ecosystem to start pushing toward this market.
And I think the change by example is very important here, and this is where we see the mindset change from the Egyptian government 7 years ago to being the leader actually in the region of regulating the carbon market in Egypt, and which is an example that we would like to
Mr. Helmi, because he had a success story,
so
he could convince the government.
This is what I refer to as change by example. But again, this change by example and the political will, and we're privileged in Saudi Arabia, privileged in Saudi Arabia by the will of the government to reform and Vision 2030, SGI is an example. But again, every concept has its enemies. And who are the enemies of the change?
Well,
Chemical
I mean,
companies?
I wouldn't say, I mean, we can go all the way to saying enemy, but I think there is often in all innovation periods a limitation of understanding and an attachment to the old status quo. So for those of you who are earlier here today, when I told the story of Tesla, when Tesla started out, I remember very well high executives in the car industry telling me, this will never happen. People at the stock exchange telling me, oh, this is just a fad, this will pass. And as a result, the German car industry, the American car industry, the Japanese car industry, the three car industries that were competing for the world market, that were the largest car industries, they completely fell asleep at the wheel, and Tesla, with a few 100,000 cars produced, became more valuable at the stock exchange than the entire car industries of Germany, Japan, and America. Because the analysts at the stock exchange could look into the future. They could see that this is the technology of the future, and that even if it was not yet millions of cars, it was already more valuable than the producers of millions of cars, because the combustion engine was the technology of the future. So today, we have the same phenomenon with this agriculture and agroforestry. If you go to many universities where, of course, professors are very attached to being the people who know things, but they know often the past. They're not necessarily at the cutting edge of innovation. So they will tell you, oh no, this can't work. We have to sequester it through technology. We have to sequester it in other ways that look more like what they know. They know machines, they know engineering, they know industry. So they want to tell you that all the solutions have to be industry. They look at agriculture and they see primitive people, people that have no education, that are not literate. How can illiterate people be the solution for our 21st century challenges? Well, they are. These farmers that we're talking about, whether they farm on 1 or 2 acres, or as the example that I gave you, 50,000 hectares in Brazil, they are the Teslas of tomorrow for carbon sequestration. So I would at least invite everybody to learn what there is to be learned about the future, and not to make the mistake of the German, Japanese, and American car industry leaders that all thought they knew it better and completely missed the opportunity, and now have to struggle to catch up, and we see how very hard it is now for them to catch up. So this is a very innovation-oriented country, and open-minded country, and that is making big jumps into the future. This is another big jump into the future, and why not at least be curious about it, rather than think you already know everything and then don't listen to any of the innovation opportunities.
Yeah, and I think this comes from our roots of culture and even values in Islam. I mean, the saying, "Al-hikmah dalatul mu'min," means literally that knowledge is not owned by the professor. There is a lot of knowledge and wisdom and innovation that come from all community levels, and there are definitely lessons learned from the experiences. But again, we need to balance between the different approaches, and looking at the future, what are in your minds or expectation the shortfalls or the gaps that require focus on innovation, and again, innovation, not invention, whether on expanding, on valorizing the different ecosystem services, or technologies that need to be deployed to maximize, or even processes that need to put in place to boost the scale up or the speed, the scale up within the industry?
Difficult question because I would never.
What are the ambitions?
I think everything is needed. Okay, what we have to do is to stay open-minded, to accept and respect other opinions, and if people are working on technologies, good luck. I would be very happy if they succeed. Unless I see them succeed, I know that what I have is a success story because we do it. So I would recommend this and openly disseminate it. But I know it needs, from the one side, the ecosystem service approach on carbon credits and many more things to be developed. So research is needed, innovation is needed all the time. So maybe some of the solutions of tomorrow, I don't know yet, but we have to invest in them yet now. Technologies, welcome, of course, yes. But I would always opt in a time when we still are searching for new solutions to use those who already have proven working. And we have them. And at this stage, I would really highly recommend to stop discussing the 100% solution and going for the 80% solution, but just start and learn while you go, instead of using the next few years to discuss whether carbon credits and whether I don't know what, and whether greenwashing and whether permanence and all these kind of things, which all have been set in methodologies. So we are discussing now the methodologies of IPCC and CDM. We don't discuss the story from before. And lose all of our time. Let's use what we have. Let's improve while we go. But let's move, act, have the courage to act, and don't stay in just discussing.
I would like to add that a new door have been opened for the whole humanity for very fast development. I'm talking here about the artificial intelligence. I mean, a couple of years ago when we started, for example, carbon credit project, we have to come to the land, to the field, and you have to have sophisticated tools to measure the soil content, how this tree will sequestrate, whatsoever, different tools, and it takes a long time to estimate. Now, using the GIS, for example, and enabled with artificial intelligence, it's an open, a huge door actually, to minimize the time of investigation, how to monitor your project. So I think from technological point of view, the future is really, will change very dramatically, very fast toward this pushing the methodologies and the calculation of carbon credit and pushing the market to faster the process of getting carbon certificates, which in turn will encourage the other to have certificates and to come into this new market. So I think we are lucky with the open newly door with artificial intelligence.
This is again part of the integration that we're talking about, integrating even technologies beyond the area of the concentration or focus. This was a very interesting session, and thank you everybody. Thank you for the speakers, thank you for the audience, thank you for this on the live stream. And we look forward for a successful interaction and continuous exchange of ideas. And we hope to see an interactive collaboration here. We're privileged in Imar and Climate Solutions to be working with you to reflect and disseminate this experience for Saudi Arabia and hopefully within the region. Thank you, everybody, and see you in our next session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
to stay right there. Shall I start, or do you want to wait for an extra minute?
No, we can
You want to wait?
I think we can start, doesn't matter.
Yes.
It's on the camera, but it might be online.
Yes.
It'll be online, I think. So. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everybody. Thank you. So at the beginning, I'm Ahmed Al-Awais from NADIC. I'm the Senior Director of Sustainability and ESG. And with me here is Ken, the founder of VRM, and Ruel, which is the Sustainability Director also in the VRM. I would like to start our session with our greening initiative. So we do have a greening initiative at NADIC, and in that initiative, at the beginning, we went to ask the people who are managing the initiative on what are the challenges that they faced when they were running this program. And they were facing three major problems: the water scarcity problem, and the soil health problem, and the slow growth of desert plantation problem. So we tried to manage these problems in the most sustainable way. And the first problem, which is the water scarcity problem, we know that we have plenty of water on site because basically we're a dairy farm. We consume a lot of water and we have a lot of wastewater. So we were thinking of treating that wastewater in the most sustainable, effective way to use it in our agricultural program. The second problem is that we were facing is the soil health problem. So our soil needed to be live again. And we know that we have a lot of cows on the project, and these cows would produce cow manure. We look at cow manure as a byproduct, actually. And however, we know that we cannot endorse the cow manure directly to our agricultural program before sustainably treating it. So we also thinking of another sustainable approach to treat our cow manure. The third problem we are facing is our slow growth of our desert plantations. And also to solve that problem, we are thinking to face that problem in a most sustainable way, which is to treat our bio-waste in terms of food or tree products, and after treating it, to endorse them to our agricultural programs. And with us here are Mr. Ken and Mr. Will. Mr. Ken will illustrate on what's the sustainable approach to treat the water, treat the soil, and to fix the slow growth of our plantations.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So we're here in Riyadh to discuss the subject of how to move from desert to some kind of usable land. Everybody talks about it. It's all over the news, and it's in every booth and every place here this afternoon. We want to present you something that's not bad news. I sat in a few of the sessions earlier, and every one of them had bad news. They had degraded soil. We have problems. We have things that are wasted. We have issues that everybody's concerned about. Not a lot of good news. Not a lot of solutions that can be deployed at scale, that can be deployed simply and can be deployed without cost. Well, this afternoon I want to give you some of those. Here you see a picture of what the soil is like. If you have a look at the bottom there, that's what actually the soil is like at the site at NADIC. What we have at the top is where we want to get to. How do we do that? On the left you see what everybody would describe as a compost. Actually, what's significant about it is that in that compost or in that recycled organics, there's a thing called humus. Humus is the difference between desert and soil. The picture you see there is a picture of a soil from the northwest of China, which has similar problems to what we face here in Saudi. It's alkaline. It doesn't have a lot of fertility. On the right, you see what can happen if you combine the activity of the humus with the soil. The sand you see there, that's sand from the site at Nardec's site at Harad. The soil on the right is soil that's created from desert sand in the period of one growing cycle. Here's the way that happens. Everybody knows that you've got a problem with water. Everybody knows that you've got a problem with recycling, with energy, with all those kinds of things. Sorry for this, but I have to give you a little chemistry lesson now. This is photosynthesis. This is the one you learned about in school. This is green plants. They need water to grow. They take in carbon dioxide, yes, but they consume water. They use energy, but they use only energy from the visible light region, which is a tiny piece in the middle of the light spectra. And in that process, which is fantastic, we rely on it, it's all of our life. But in that process, 12 bits of water go in and 6 bits of water come out. Growing plants consumes water. We all know that. That's why you have to irrigate, right? It's the reason you have to keep water up to the plants. They die otherwise. Here's a discovery that we made some time ago. There's another type of photosynthesis. There's another type, there's another group that are not plants, that operate completely separately, that use all the rest of the light spectra. Imagine they use your mobile phone. Imagine they use the energy from ultraviolet, from infrared light. Imagine that they operate in the dark because they use non-visible light. They operate 24 hours a day. But here, for your desert recovery program, here's the key point. They do their photosynthesis without consuming water. And when they do it, they have a little byproduct over here. So to the extent that that group of organisms is doing photosynthesis 24 hours a day on your site, they are manufacturing water you can use in your soil. We went to look for those guys. We went to find out how to make friends with them, how to grow them, how to incubate them in local soil, in everybody's soil. Don't have to bring them in, they're already there. Guess where we found them? In the soil, in a healthy soil. They live in the top layer of the soil. Most of life, 99% of all life, lives in the top 100 millimeters of soil. It doesn't live down here. It lives along here. And these guys contribute to the water cycle in a way that I'm sure you've not heard before. We've all heard of condensation and of dewfall. We've all heard of evapotranspiration. You lose water through the leaves of a plant. We've all heard of rain or irrigation making a cycle. We've all heard of evaporation from the soil when it gets hot. But have you heard of this? Have you heard of hydrosynthesis? Have you heard of the manufacture of water in your soil that you didn't add by rainfall and that didn't come as a part of evaporation? That comes by itself in the soil when those guys are happy. That piece is what we're focusing on today. We learnt to get in touch with this special process which is natural, which is in every soil, everywhere on the planet, but sometimes isn't operating too well. Sometimes it's actually almost stopped in the desert. Sometimes the rate of evaporation beats it. Sometimes you need to irrigate to get it started and you can't keep doing it. Guess where we found them? In the wastewater. Guess where else we found them? In the sludge at the bottom of the wastewater. The things that nobody wants. That's where the origins of the manufacture of water reside. It also lives inside every cow. Also lives inside every human. You have that set of organisms that manufactures water living in you now. So we found it in the waste. Here's where we found that. That's in the UAE. We did a little program there where we incubated that activity in a pile of sewage sludge. No, you notice that there's no machinery there, right? You notice it's not a processing factory. It's just making friends with a group of organisms and having a little party under a tent. We're pretty good at that in this part of the world, right? Have a little party under a tent is what we do every day. Now that tent in the UAE, which had human biosolids, camel waste and some crop residues, that pile did an amazing thing, because when those guys are making water in the pile, they also cool the pile. All through the summer, ambient temperature, 45 degrees up to 50 degrees. All the soil around up to 47 degrees. Close to that pile, the temperature was 29 degrees, optimum for plant growth, even though there were no plants. The soil was wet. Here's an example in Australia. We did a little practice at a couple of feedlots in Australia where we just collected the manure because those organisms live in the cows. So we collected their manure, put it under the same tarpaulins, and then after we'd met with the owner and asked him to just spread that out in the ground. This is a drought field. It had been 16 years without proper rainfall. It went 6 years with not a drop for 11 months out of the year. And during that time, the grass regrew. During that time. You can't grow grass without water, right? It didn't rain, but the grass grew. That tells you we made friends with the right guys. They made water in the soil. The grass was able to grow by itself. No planting, no special addition, just incubated cow manure converted to a humus-based material, spread on the soil, and there's the grass. That field now could hold 0 cattle when we started. Now it holds about 13,000 head of cattle on about 12,000 hectares of ground. That's quite a big increase in productivity. Here's the evidence of that. Green is good in this. Green is an example of photosynthesis happening. That cattle property went from, in the untreated areas, ground cover of somewhere around 14% to ground cover of somewhere around 97% with no treatment other than just adding that incubated bacterial photosynthesis onto the ground. Nothing else. Nothing special. Here we are in Egypt doing the same thing. You can see how technical it is. Looks really hard, right? There's a big machine there just piling things up. All we do is pile up the residue, let it incubate, and then spread it at scale. In this case, you can see how fertile that soil is. That's sand, just sand. That sand grew a crop of potatoes. All it is their incubated waste, fostering bacterial photosynthesis at scale, growing that into a center pivot. Very cheap, very simple. There's the potatoes that grew from it. Nothing else in there, just that. So what was said earlier, there's an example of being able to deal with the water, the waste, and the nutrient all at once and at scale. This is a rather shocked young technician who realized that the potatoes actually grow. Potatoes here in this region, one of the things we think is going to be very successful in this part of the world. Here we are in China practicing. You can see we have high-tech things that we do. All we're doing is spraying a catalyst to give a party to bacterial photosynthesis at massive scale. In that case, it's millions of tons of wasted material that might otherwise have been burnt, turned into a carbon residue, gone to the sky. Actually, what's happening is that we're just inviting a group that are natural to the ecosystem, that are already there, inviting them to a party, asking them to grow up in population while they're just sitting for 6 months having a little party under the tent. Nothing else special. There goes the tent. Everybody goes themselves and has their own party after that. We don't do anything else, just sits there. Incubates bacterial photosynthesis at scale. That one, by the way, was 3 kilometers long in a wadi. All dry area, everything similar to what's here, except that it's a lot colder. We learnt that it can operate in the cold as well as the heat by what we did there in China. Here we are on the eastern side of China, learning that you can also use the same process in salty soil. That soil is so salty that you can still see the salt crusted on top of the ground. But a full crop of rice grew with nothing else but that incubated bacterial photosynthesis. Here we are in Malaysia with the same thing. You can see how good the quality of soil is. It's exactly the same as what you'd experience here. That's the outcome in terms of production. And here we are in Jordan, just across the border. In this case, what we learnt was it's possible to quantify exactly how much water you add by doing this. Nothing else has happened here except a very special type of wheat was grown that's adapted already to the climate. It's a very old variety, very, very old, has a very high production capacity. We learnt that you could actually stimulate that wheat to grow into a perennial crop. Perennial crop of wheat, meaning you harvest it, you manage the soil, and it grows again from its roots, not from its seed. I'm telling you, you've not heard that before because I've never seen it before. Wheat doesn't do that. It grew to a perennial crop to cover 100% of the surface area of the ground and is still there now in the winter, coming through for a second crop of wheat in here in the desert. Where that is grown, has anybody seen the movie Dune? The Dune movies in the desert, you know, blowing sand, that's where that is. It's just sand on the ground. That wheat is still present now. It's been there all this year. It's still growing again for its second crop. We decided we would quantify that, which is here. The difference between soil that has had that bacterial photosynthesis stimulated and soil that hasn't, side by side, an additional 85,000 litres of water per hectare per day in the top half metre of soil. Now that's enough to grow the crop on its own. That's enough to buffer drought. That's enough to be the difference between desert and not desert. It's enough to grow soil. That much water. That much water wasn't applied. It didn't fall from the sky. It didn't come out of a well. It's additional. We're bringing that here with our partnership with NADEC. I can say that the courage and the approach to sustainability that's present here in this country is absolutely awesome. We've practiced all over the world. Now we're bringing that here to Saudi. This is a 3.5 kilometre long river that's being built to house wastewater only, to recycle wastewater, animal manure, and grow soil. When we grow soil, we'll be able to grow everything else. Wastewater, animal manure, and that makes soil. That's what's called now the circle. Watch this space. Come back in a year's time and ask us how many cows are growing in the field at that site in Harad in the desert. That's what we call reversing desertification at scale. You need friends, but they're very, very small, the friends you need. Thanks, everybody. I think we're supposed to have a question and answer session now, so anything you want to ask, please do. Good, that's it. No. Any questions? Sorry.
First of all, thank you for the informative session we have. I have a question. I didn't catch that. The main purpose for the tent, what was that exactly? For the tent. Why are you covering the
Perfect question. So the reason for the tent is if we leave it, the water will evaporate out of the pile. It'll be drier than what it is. If we cover it, the bacteria actually swim around inside the pile looking for nutrient and homogenize the material that's inside. And while they're doing that over a 6 months period, that converts all of that material into what you see in the bucket here. So it builds the humus in the pile, but you need circulation. Other people do that by a machine. You turn it with a machine, yeah? We don't use a machine. We keep the water in and let them swim.
We have our friends underneath.
Underneath, yes.
Thank you so much.
It's good. Anything else? And you.
Thank you very much. My name is Layth Al-Mughrabi from Field Fair Ecology from Jordan. My question is, could this approach be used for natural rehabilitation, or is it for natural rehabilitation, for natural habitats, for native, wild, if we can call them, plant species instead of crop production?
In fact, that's our target. In fact, we have a cooperation agreement with the government of Jordan specifically for that, to regenerate the native species of fodder, the edible grasses and edible shrubs to the east of Jordan, specifically doing this. It's really important to note that this is done with local residues, local soils, and local plants, because that's the best way to keep it sustained. So yes, absolutely. Any other? Don't be shy. You get no homework afterwards. All good? Well, thanks very much, everybody. Really appreciate it. Oh, go ahead, yeah?
Thank you for the session. Could local farmers utilize this? How could local farmers utilize such a practice without, sometimes, local farmers don't have such a knowledge, So how can you translate such knowledge to local farmers?
Perfect question too. So our partnership with NADEC incorporates information transfer. So part of that is we would get them in and show them. You can see that it's not technical. What you saw on the screen was all local farmers actually recycling their own waste in their own place. So not transporting it and paying somebody to process and bringing it back, actually doing the conversion on their own property. So yes, it's designed to be that way. Sometimes they don't have quite enough. Sometimes it's a small farm. There's not enough residue to make a pile like that. In that case, we would encourage a group of people to get together and do it together. We have a number of places like that around the world where that's exactly the case.
Thank you very much.
I could illustrate more on that. We have a program that we'll announce later that it's with the Ministry of Education. So we would like to educate the young generation about humisoil and about the importance of recycling water and recycling all bioproducts on farm. And in that program, we'll be telling students, young generation, about how to do this stuff.
And the beauty of what we are putting forward here is the ability to decentralize. So during COVID, in quite a number of countries where people have already been in touch with this sort of technology, they were able to even bring the technology to grow stuff right outside their houses when they could not go out and buy food. So this happened in places like Singapore, in places like China, in places like Indonesia.
Thank you so much. Does too many of these bacteria could harm the plants? Too many of these bacteria could have any harm on the plants?
The section of the community that we're talking about is the archaea. So before there was us, before there was forests, before there was oceans, before there was water on this planet, we had a very hostile environment. Ammonia in the air, not much oxygen, a lot of hydrogen sulfide, can't breathe it. Those guys were there then. They've been here millions of years. They haven't destroyed the planet. They've actually kept us alive. So I don't think that they really pose a threat to us. I think that we should get to know them because they live longer than us.
Yeah, we harmed our own planet, not them. Yeah. Thank you.
Here's something just to take home. You remember I mentioned condensation up there? Imagine that this set of organisms has a cousin amongst their population who, when evaporation comes up from the soil, floats up with that little droplet that you can't even see, living in the droplet, spinning around inside it, swimming. That droplet, they give a special protein to the droplet, and that causes it to condense and capture other droplets, and that's a part of how rain happens. Did you know that rain happened by a biological reaction? That's why in all of the writings that you hear, you talk about a thing called the mist that rises from the earth. That when the earth is fertile, there's a mist that rises. When you see the mist, the droplet has condensed. The condensation that is dewfall in the morning, that condensation is biologically created. Hugely important in this part of the world. Yep. There we go. All right, thank you very much, everybody. We love it that you're here. Any questions, please look on the websites, talk to NARDEC. They have a comprehensive program which is, at the moment, the biggest in Saudi Arabia, so have a look at it.
Please come to the front and take a look at the salt, yeah?
sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Imad.
Absolutely. So my name is Imad Al-Fadil, and I lead Renoir Consulting's global sustainability and climate change practice. Renoir Consulting is a global management consulting.
to stay with them. Shall I start, or do you want to wait for an extra minute?
No, we can
You want to wait?
I think we can start, doesn't matter.
Yes.
It's on the camera view, it might be online.
Yes.
It'll be online, I think. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everybody. Thank you. So at the beginning, I'm Ahmed Al-Awais from NADIC. I'm the Senior Director of Sustainability and ESG. And with me here is Ken, the founder of VRM, and Ruel, which is the Sustainability Director also in the VRM. I would like to start our session with our greening initiative. So we do have a greening initiative at
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session today. My name is Marielli. I'm a partner with Arthur D. Little, and we will take you today on a session focusing on greening technologies. Facing some issues with the... Well, until this works, our session will have... All right, there we go. So our session today, we will have 4 main sections. First, I will take you through a presentation up to 15 minutes. And then we will have a panel discussion with our distinguished guests. And then we will have a Q&A session. For the Q&A session, we will have a QR code that you can actually scan and send your questions to us and try to answer it with the panel of experts. And last, we will wrap up our session with the key conclusions today. In terms of objectives and content for today, during the presentation and during the discussion later on, we will cover 4 main topics. First, we will give you a status of the land degradation at a global and at a regional level, with some of the key insights and statistics. Then we will talk about the key greening technologies that we have identified, the most promising technologies that we have actually identified as part of our ADL study. And then we will, obviously, with our panelists, discuss the ecosystems, the experiences, and the applications, whether in the region or at a global level, of promising technologies. And we will finally wrap up with a call to action for enabling these technologies. Now, please allow me to welcome to the stage our distinguished panelists. I would like first to invite Mrs. Yvonne Lynch. Yvonne is the strategic advisor to the National Greening Program here in Saudi Arabia, and she is a climate adaptation and greening strategist. Welcome. Thank you, Yvonne. Next, we have Dr. Basil Abu Sharh. Dr. Basil is an advisor for the Research, Development, and Innovation Authority in the Kingdom. Dr. Basil is an expert in technology and sustainability. Thank you, Dr. Basil. Dr. Danae Maniatis, please welcome. Dr. Danae is an independent consultant focusing on vegetation, forest cover, and carbon markets. Also, allow me please to welcome Dr. Mu'taz Al-Sulaym. Dr. Mu'taz is the General Manager of Modern Technology and Innovation Department at the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Agriculture. Finally, I would like to welcome my dear colleague, Carlo Stella. Carlo is a senior partner with Arthur D. Little and the Global Head of Sustainability. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here and sharing your valuable insights. Now, allow me to walk you through our presentation for today before we sit with the panelists. As you all know, and probably have been seeing around most of the COP discussions, the sustainability challenges that we face today are indeed complex and interdependent. Globally, biodiversity is under severe threat, with over 1 million species at risk of extinction. If we look at the Middle East, 25% of local species are actually facing that risk. The loss of biodiversity disrupts our ecosystem and the services that they provide, which threatens food security, water quality, and overall environmental health. If we look at water scarcity, it's another pressing issue. At a global level, 1.8 billion people globally will be living in water-scarce conditions by 2025, the upcoming year. The MENA region, for instance, holds only 1% of the global supply of fresh water resources and is already facing severe climate challenges. In fact, climate change exacerbates these challenges, with the region in the Middle East facing and will face more frequent and more intense heat waves in the coming decades. If we look at the economic and social aspects, also the impacts are very critical. The financing gap to meet sustainability goals is around $230 billion annually, with up to $44 trillion in economic value at risk due to the business's dependency on nature. Health disparities and youth unemployment further compound these challenges, making the need for sustainable and innovative solutions more urgent than ever. If we move to land degradation, land degradation has become a critical global issue over the past decades, especially where in arid and hyper-arid regions are and will be bearing the brunt of the impact. Between 2015 and 2019, 100 million hectares of productive land, this is equal to an area twice the size of Greenland, were degraded each year. This crisis actually affects over 1.3 billion people, and it could result in an estimated $23 trillion economic losses by 2050. The fragile ecosystems in hyper-arid regions face amplified impacts due to water scarcity and the poor soil conditions, which makes restoration particularly challenging. For instance, land degradation in the GCC has nearly doubled between 2015 and 2019, from 3% to 7%, which highlights the urgency of addressing this issue. Last, globally, over 1.5 billion hectares, this is approximately 15% of total land surface, have been declared degraded. This includes significant portions of regions like the sub-Saharan Africa and Western Asia. Addressing these challenges requires concerted action, particularly through innovative technologies and sustainable land management practices, which brings us to the focus of today's session. Greening technologies are indeed vital for combating global land degradation. These technologies provide innovative ways to restore land, to improve agriculture productivity, and create more sustainable ecosystems. For example, the AI-driven irrigation systems can reduce water usage by 30 to 50% in certain instances. This is a truly game changer for hyper-arid regions. If we look at biochar applications, they don't only enhance soil quality, but also help in sequestering up to 4 tons of CO2 per hectare annually, which would generate valuable carbon credits. The composting and vermicomposting divert organic waste from landfills and boost crop yields by up to 15 to even 30%. Over the past 5 years, almost $270 billion have been invested in greening technologies, which include agri-tech and biotech, which showcases that there's a growth potential in the market. These solutions are not just tools, but they truly represent hope for addressing the economic and the environmental and social dimensions for land degradation. Now, allow me to take you through briefly the analysis that we have done in ADL. We have conducted an extensive technology scouting exercise to identify innovative solutions for land management. We actually looked and deployed an AI-driven analysis where we revised up to 400,000 scientific publications and 300,000 patents across 170 countries. Through this process, we identified more than 100 relevant technologies along the land management value chain. Of course, the scouting process followed a systematic approach. We scanned the global technology landscape, We then did a clustering of technologies, and finally we have leveraged inputs from experts to validate this study. Of course, the technologies span the entire value chain of land management, from soil moisture sensors for planning and preparation, all the way to advanced monitoring and evaluation systems for adaptive management. Obviously, these solutions are integral to address the unique challenges of arid regions, and they offer scalable interventions that align with regional needs and the sustainability goals. Now, our technology framework helped us prioritize these solutions. And we looked at both the impact and the practical applications of these technologies for hyper-arid regions. We looked at market attractiveness, considering factors like the growth potential, the competitive landscape, and the market size of these technologies. We also looked at the innovation momentum in the past few years, where we evaluated the rate of technological development. We used metrics such as patent activeness and publication trends as well to all these technologies. And we also applied a strategic fit for hyper-arid regions. This allowed us to align the results of our studies with the practical deployment in the region, especially in the Middle East and the GCC. Now, through this framework, this is the outcome of our analysis. Again, as a reminder, the technologies that you see in front of you are promising technologies when it comes to the patents that we have seen, the publications that we have seen, and the market pull of these technologies, which is the investment from companies. And so the top 10 green technologies are, as you can see, they include AI for integrated land management, which optimizes resource allocation and monitors land health in real time. Composting and vermicomposting, which enhance soil fertility and actually also reduce organic waste. Genetic engineering offers drought-resistant crops that can thrive in the harsh conditions and can actually increase yields by up to 30%. Other technologies such as nano-fertilizers, for instance, deliver nutrients directly to the plant roots, which enhances efficiency and minimizes waste. Last, other notable innovations include drone mapping for land assessment, advanced spatial data analytics, and species engineered for erosion control and drought resistance. Here, I would like to thank you for staying with us until now and hearing the results of our study. And now I would like to move to the panel discussion with our distinguished panelists. Again, thank you everyone for being with us and giving us our time and your valuable insights. I would like to start with you, Dr. Danay, if you don't mind. This is the 30th anniversary of COP. I'm sure you have witnessed a lot of COPs throughout the years. If I may ask you, how do you see the priorities of the different conference of parties evolving throughout the years when it comes to land management, especially what role do greening technologies play in tackling desertification and promoting sustainable practices?
Thank you, Marielle, for this question. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to ADL colleagues for this invitation. It's an honor to be with you today. So with many things in life and convention, climate COPs and desertification COPs, the UNCCD has come a really long way from its inception to its creation and also its implementation, where we see that the risk of desertification and the work we need to do, its impacts, it's becoming ever increasing more urgent. And this is not just an environmental issue, and it's not being seen as only an environmental issue anymore. It's really becoming an issue about protecting livelihoods, local and national economies, geopolitical stability, and many more issues. So we see this evolution of what started as an environmental issue becoming more transversal. We also see that we are getting a more integrated view on land restoration and sustainable land management practices, and this across disciplines, and that we see the need for the public and the private sector to work more closely together. We also see we're here for the UNCCD, so the Desertification COP, but as most of us know, there's two other COPs, the Climate COP, which is finished in Baku, the COP on Biological Conservation, which is finished in Cali in Colombia, and these three COPs are finally starting to come together more and more. Since their creation, so the three Rio Conventions, they sort of slightly went in individual directions, I would say. And now there's this need, increasing need, that the three conventions need to work together in order to have impact, and one cannot function without the other. In thinking about these issues, whether it's biodiversity, climate change, or desertification, we understand that in our toolbox of things, one of the important elements are technologies. And so with this are greening technologies. These technologies, whether they're new or traditional, and Marielle presented them before, they can make a really significant contribution to addressing the issues which we've all come together here to discuss in Riyadh, but not only for desertification. While we address these issues, for example, in land restoration and sustainable land management, we also address issues on climate change adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity. So these greening technologies give us an opportunity to think about these things through an interdisciplinary lens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would build on that and actually move to the regional experience when it comes to greening technologies. If I may ask you, Yvonne, you've been working in the region for quite some time, and you have seen many applications. Can you tell us what are the existing use cases of technologies that you have witnessed and some of the lessons learned that you have seen?
Sure, thank you, Marielle, and thank you for the invitation to join. Firstly, I'll start by saying I'm really impressed by this report today. I think that ADL have done a fantastic job. It's very timely for the industry. It's very useful. And certainly from my perspective as a greening expert, it aligns with what I see coming down the chain in terms of requirements around greening technologies, and certainly from a user perspective. And I really like the framework. I think it's quite robust. In terms of what's happening, I work on the National Greening Program for Saudi Arabia, which is the delivery arm of the Saudi Green Initiative, which has the ambitious goal to grow 10 billion trees in Saudi Arabia and restore about 40 million hectares of land. No small task, I think you'll all agree. And so obviously we're looking at the role that greening technology can play in this work. And we've dived into that, really using technology where we could from the start. So, you know, looking at the master plan that's been developed to guide this really ambitious program, we're looking at an implementation timeframe out to 2100. We've developed a very robust master plan to guide us there. And I acknowledge that you were part of that, and also some of our colleagues here in the front row in the audience. And I think, you know, one of the things we did was we used GIS suitability modeling, because, you know, if we say that we're going to grow 10 billion trees in Saudi Arabia, what does that mean? Where would we do it? What are the appropriate locations? So we've analyzed a huge quantity of remote sensing data, paired it with on-the-ground data collected by some of my colleagues here. And we've really used that as a robust approach to pinpointing exactly where we need to go about our planting. We want to look at restoration that is done in the best possible manner. We're particularly interested in natural regeneration and harnessing the role that nature can play in this project. And for that, technology is particularly appropriate. In many cases, you know, in terms of the implementation and what's happening on the ground now, We've recently announced yesterday that we've now planted 100 million trees and restored 250,000 hectares of land. And so how are we doing that on the ground? We're using technology where appropriate. So for the empty quarter, for example, we've located through our GIS appropriate areas. We're using drone aerial seeding for that. And I think, you know, the aerial seeding is great. There's still room for improvement, but it's certainly useful technology. I mean, if you think about Saudi Arabia and the diverse landscapes that we have, you know, you look at to the Asir region and the amazing mountains and, you know, the juniper, the ancient juniper, where we need to go in there and support and seed more. But some of those are hard to reach areas, so drone seeding is appropriate in that instance. Not in every instance, though. And obviously, you talked about water and, you know, the water scarcity issues that we're looking at globally and the role that AI monitoring and also sensors can use, that they can play. And certainly for us, you know, we're looking at being very sustainable in our water use. We have a strategy for cities. We're looking to green all cities in Saudi Arabia. And so obviously we need to use water to support the trees in the cities because we want to bring about cooling benefits. And the role that, you know, the sensors and the water monitors can play in that in terms of minimizing our water usage is going to be very important. And I say that from someone who's worked in Australia for, you know, more than a decade and in a very dry country where I've seen more trees killed by over-irrigation than actual drought. So, you know, I think sometimes when we have a dry landscape, we can have a tendency to put too much water. So looking at how the technology can actually help us there. And, you know, obviously we're going to be using treated sewage effluent. Those, you know, those treatment machines, how they can improve. You know, Saudi Arabia's made great progress in terms of desalination. We've now got the most efficient desalination technology on the planet, the most carbon friendly. So where are we going to go with treated sewage effluent and the water that we can reuse? I'm really excited about what's going to happen there.
Thank you, Yvonne. Indeed, these are very, very promising insights. And congratulations on the 100 million trees. I know it can be very difficult. We've seen these examples. Now, allow me to maybe take a step back, and I would like to explore more the national-driven programs, if I may, with you, Carlo. The question is, how important are the nationally driven strategies and programs to actually support the deployment of technology with the examples that we have seen?
Thank you. Thank you, Marielle, and thank you all the panelists and the participants. Obviously, nationally driven action are crucial because addressing land degradation and desertifications require the public sector to deploy, mobilize resources, develop effective policies. It requires the coordination of efforts across multiple sectors that are actually entrenched into the complexity of addressing desertifications, degradation, and droughts. I was recently visiting with Dr. Motaz institutions in Asia, and we had a very nice and interesting discussions about how the technology deployment ecosystem is perceived and is figuratively represented by these institutions. And they played the Mahjong Rummy game, which is 4 players games where 4 players are competing to win the game. I listened carefully, and in my mind, I had to rephrase a little bit their explanations, and happy, Dr. Motaz, to hear your view. I recognize the players. The players obviously are the demand, where you have all the, obviously, individuals. There can be the agricultural men. You have institution companies that face challenges, and hence they need to find solutions to those. And obviously, the second player is then the supply, which is the academia, the startups, the innovators that are thinking how technology can actually help and resolve these challenges. The third player is obviously funding, where you need funding both on the supply side to actually study, identify, and provide solutions, but also on the demand sides on the adoptions, as it is sometimes costly. Then there was the fourth player that is more the HR, the human side, the capabilities, which is being able to build the knowledge, the capabilities that are required, again, on both sides of the equations to create solutions and actually to understand those and implement them effectively on the ground. Now, what I was a little bit struggling with the concept is I saw these as four players that are competing, and in my view, these four players are not competing, are actually more on a collaborate and win type of game. It's not about one against the other, but it's how we can all contribute to the success and actually to the objective that, in this case, the kingdom or the country is setting for. And I was missing also one hidden player that obviously is the one that has designed the game, has set the rules for the game. And for me, those are the regulators, the public sector, that actually need to ensure that all these rules are continuously adjusted as the game is played by four players. They need to be all there, and also they need to fit in the right sequence and have the right instruments. So that's what I think, and I would see the technological deployments and the role of the public sector, in my view, is and will be more and more.
Thank you, Carlo, also for the wonderful picture that you gave us. So if I focus on the unknown player that you mentioned, Dr. Basil, practically speaking, have the technologies that support sustainability, have they found their way in the national agendas?
Thank you, Marielle, for inviting me. I come from RDIA, which is Research Development and Innovation Authority, and I'm involved with the sustainability sector. Here in Saudi Arabia, we identified 4 focus areas for research, development, and innovation to deal with the challenges that we have faced in Saudi Arabia. And one of those four focus areas is sustainability and supply of essential needs. And under that focus area, we identified missions that we need to achieve over the next 10 or 15 or even 20 years. And many of those are related to desertification, planting 10 billion trees, the water problem of Saudi Arabia, and the food supply problem of Saudi Arabia. So some of those missions is to plant 10 billion trees, so that's also a mission of ours, but that is through innovation, not through regulation. The other mission that we have that is relevant to this is reducing the cost of desalination by 50%, reducing withdrawals of non-renewable underground water by 90%, and increasing the food supply by up to 50%. Currently, we import 80% of our food, so we want to reduce that to 50%. So these are all missions, research, development, and innovation missions that we try to achieve over the next 10 or 15 or 20 years. So each mission has a timeline. And these missions are very relevant to the agenda of today, which is greening, desertification. I think, personally, I'm a water expert, and I think the water component is an extremely important component of the formula. And for example, just talking about the 10 billion tree number, if you consume 1 liter per tree per day, that is 10 million cubic meters per day. That is more than the desalination capacity of Saudi Arabia, the entire desalination capacity. And no tree needs only 1 liter. I think a tree will be a nice tree if it consumes 10 liters of water. That is a good tree, and it's a water conserving tree. So there's a huge demand for water if you really want to achieve that 10 billion tree target. Now, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to develop the right technologies to tackle that challenge. So that's the way we look at challenges. There are also opportunities. And I think this means that new technologies can be developed. They can be, again, spread around the world. They can have an economic impact on Saudi Arabia as a technology provider for anything that is related to water scarcity, desertification. So I think the technology is the solution. There's a problem as long as there is no technology to solve it.
Thank you, indeed. And if I may continue with you, because it's good to hear that indeed technologies made their way, but there's also the different, or let's say the complementing aspect, which is to enable the deployment. So you mentioned water, for example. We can take that as an example. What do you think have been successful efforts to incentivize research, development, and innovation in this area?
I don't think I can give success stories about innovation-driven success. We have been successful in the water sector. We have been very successful, as was mentioned, that in Saudi Arabia we have the lowest cost, the lowest energy consumption desalination in the world. But we did not achieve that through innovation, unfortunately. We achieved that through procurement. So Saudi Arabia is the largest desalination capacity. So we go to the rest of the world. We tell them that our next target for cost of water is, for example, 35 cents. And the rest of the world starts innovating to achieve our targets. And we have been successful. So over the past 70 years, we have been able to drive the cost of desalination down substantially just through procurement. So unfortunately, we haven't owned any of those technologies at the end. Now, all of those technologies are owned by companies in the US or in France or in Japan. And those companies started as very small companies. Now they are huge companies, global companies that play in the water sector. Now I think it's time to localize this, which means to retain the innovation assets within Saudi Arabia. And this is what we're trying to do through RDI, is to push the technology development. So and to keep it here and to incentivize collaboration between our Saudi innovation ecosystem with the international ecosystem, but keep a big part of that innovation within the country. So it's a new thing, and I think the next few years we'll see good success stories.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you for the answer. If I may move to you, Dr. Mu'taz, you have also a very special situation from the perspective of the regulator. Going back to the picture that Carlo gave us with the public sector and the private sector, how can the public sector successfully, let's say, set and identify the technological priorities of greening in this field? How would the public sector go about this?
Clear. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great question, actually, and I believe that a private sector can play a vital role when it comes to supporting a private sector. Starting with knowing what's your needs, what's your pain point. And this is what we did in MIWA, in Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. We did a very comprehensive study, understanding what is our needs in the environment, water and agriculture. And we did it not by only us, actually with all the stakeholders, the government sector, private sectors, the users, educational institute, in order to see is the problem clear, and we agreed on that. And then we take it to the next level to see how can we link it to the national priorities, and we did that. After that, we went to the solutions. So we have viewed or scout for more than 600 technologies that it can help and shift the needles. But we need to focus, because whenever focus goes, energy flows. What we have done, we built also a robust framework focusing in the impact and the ease to implement. And we got a very beautiful map. So any technology that fit in the high impact and the ease to implement, it will be our first focus, and we call it phase 1, moving to phase 2 and phase 3. These technologies, we group them into technology families, and each sector, we give it 5 technology family. So let me give you an example. When it comes to, for instance, environment, waste management, such as waste to compost or waste to hydrogen, it's one of top priority. when it comes to water, as what Dr. Basil mentioned, definitely reverse osmosis. It's advanced reverse osmosis, one of the technologies that we need to focus on, or wastewater treatment, or as well smart leakage management. These are top technology families. When it comes to agriculture, definitely using drones, it can help a lot. Nevertheless, actually using smart irrigation, it can help. It can help to minimize the consumption of water around 15%. This 15% is equivalent to the total production for 1 year from the desalination in Saudi. So it's around 4 billion cubic meter. It's a huge number.
Thank you so much. And you use the word focus a lot. So if we go a step forward, in your view and your experience, what are the mechanisms that actually helped the private sector in adopting some of these technologies?
A beautiful question. Actually, I agree with what my colleagues Carlo mentioned, the players. And he said that the government need to set the rules, right? I think in order to help the innovation or the innovation enablement in general, you need to focus on 5 things. 1, regulations, as what my colleague Carlo mentioned. And I will give examples after I finish these 5. 2, investment and fund, because without investing and without fund, it's really hard to shift the needs as well to support innovation. 3, I can say the infrastructure. It's really important to have the right infrastructure. Several technologies that it cannot work, for instance, without electricity or without internet. 4th, raising the awareness to tell the users why it's important and to show them a case that it touched them, to see whether if it will increase the performance or it will reduce the cost and so on. 5, and the most important, it's the collaboration and the ecosystem building. And this may start actually with the collaboration. So Dr. Basil, he mentioned that probably we did not succeed when it comes to enhancing the innovation in water. Actually, I disagree with that, because innovation, it starts with the collaboration. And Saudi, we did shift the needles when it comes to the private-public partnership. Yeah, and when we are talking about innovation, the innovation either product or service or business model. So we succeed when it comes to the business model, at least to lower the cost. Starting with the regulation, we do have right now a program we call it the Regulatory Sandbox, actually partnering with ADL in it. Our goal here is to see how can we help innovation to enter the market. For instance, one of your colleagues, he mentioned using drones. Yes, we know that, but we cannot use it in Saudi. Why? Because there is a lot of regulatory barriers, and we are working on it. For instance, using alternative protein. Still, it's been used somewhere else, but it's not in Saudi, and that's why we created this program to help. 2, when it comes to funding and investment, we do have several government funds, such as the Agriculture Fund, Water Fund. And when it comes to investment, we have also a big company owned by PIF, such as CIRC and SARIC, and they are investing heavily when it comes to to innovative technologies. The third program I can mention, it's the IDP, Innovation Deployment Program. The idea behind it, it's also to test some technologies that we have somewhere else, but we haven't tested in Saudi, in order to help the adoptions of these technologies. One of the services as well is to the linkages to bring up the demand with the supply, the users with the technology provider. Other program that we're having, the IP, the intellectual property, helping innovators to patent their technologies and also to push it into commercializations with the help of RIDIA and also with the help with the Saudi IP authority. Thank you.
Thank you. That's indeed very, very promising and very good to hear. And we're actually very excited. So it's actually good to start to look forward. And if I may ask you, Dr. Danay, if we look forward into the future, what can we expect as the future promising greening technologies?
Thank you, Marieli, for that question. It's always hard to say what the future holds, and we don't have a glass ball, but I think the study that we worked on together with ADL shows what the key technologies are internationally. I think the key thing of these fantastic greening technologies, the challenges and the opportunities that we have, is that we need to translate them and adapt them to national and regional contexts. So if we just take these greening technologies and we try to implement them without taking time to really understand the national and local context, it risks to fail. So I think one of the things at the international level and that translation and building the bridge between what are those technologies and how do they work locally is really important. So assessing at a local scale from what we found, doing in the study, all the international technologies applied to this region, but is also really looking nationally and locally what can work, because what we want to do is we want to ensure the highest possible impact and sustainability possible. We also have the opportunity to combine these technologies with what we call nature-based or nature-climate solutions. And so these elements are not opposite to each other. They need to be reinforced, work together, and that's where they become really powerful. I think they become even more powerful when we think of them in a holistic manner, looking at climate change adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, sustainable land management practices, so many things, but also looking at them through a lens of economy, industries, green cities like Yvonne mentioned, like the cooling impact, agriculture, agroforestry, habitat conservation, and so many other things. So it's really the opportunity of taking these technologies that exist at the international level, collaborate together, and take the time, but not too much time, to make sure that they can function at the national level with the necessary legislative processes in place and at the local level for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Danay. Yvonne, I know you also will not have a crystal ball, but if I may bring the question to the region, how do you foresee the adoption of advanced greening technologies?
Look, I think when I look at the future, I mean, where we are now, specifically on the program I'm working on, we have a vision. We've started implementation. The next thing is to say, well, how are we going? So monitoring and evaluating what we're doing so that we can continually improve what we're doing and then scale it up. We want to accelerate implementation. And certainly from the Saudi Greening Initiative perspective, we want to be able to share our success and our lessons and our best practice through the Middle East Green Initiative for the region, which has a much bigger goal of 50 billion trees for the region over the coming years. And so obviously we're going to be looking at, the role that remote sensing can play when we're monitoring such vast areas. But also, in terms of IoT and the sensors and, where we're using them, we need to understand, they produce a lot of data. How can AI help us better understand that data, and how do we harness it for better decision making? And so I guess I'm really interested in the future in terms of the role that AI is going to play in the tech. Because in 2 years from now, it's predicted that we're going to have AI superintelligence. And I find that really interesting. I think it's Ben Goertzel, who's the father of AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. He has predicted that, in 2 years from now, AI is going to have 1 million times the intelligence of a general PhD right now. So where's that going to take us? This is moving really fast. And I think in this era where we've got so much data that's being produced, we can really look at the role that AI is going to play in helping us more effectively filter that data and enhance our decision making. So when I look to the future, I think that that's going to be a really big one for us. I think many of us aren't really prepared for it, and I think certainly a report like what you have done today shows how you can harness AI, and that's just going to get much stronger, and hopefully we'll all benefit from it and actually see you know, faster movement, because at the end of the day, we're all gathered here today at COP16, and we know that the LDN targets, the land degradation neutrality targets set for 2030 are not on track. Everybody's slow, everybody's behind. So what role can the technology play to get us there?
Thank you indeed, Yvonne. Very insightful. I think by now I would like to maybe go back and to you, Carlo, and maybe ask a question that can combine a bit the different perspectives and insights that we've heard today. What do you think from your perspectives are the key factors for, let's say, successful deployment of greening technologies, especially from an innovation standpoint?
Well, thank you. And I will have to pick some of the inputs that were already discussed, because I liked a lot the input that we heard about the different COPs need to come more together. We have been actually driving different, sometimes parallel itineraries, but in the end it's one common goal. It's one planet, and there is a lot of intricacies and interdependencies between the different topics. So we need globally to reconvene and drive the discussions in a more sustainable manner, and sustainability is all about creating ecosystems. I'm a big believer in ecosystems, so I also mentioned earlier that you need the ecosystem to work together. You need all the actors to be present, to work in sync. So we'll have certainly to have more collaboration between private and public sector. We obviously need to continue empowering academia, inventors, the startup, create, as mentioned by Dr. Motaz, ensure that the infrastructure is available. But where are the key factors that I would see are critical to unlocking even more innovations are indeed regulations, and making sure that we control but not overrule, overregulate. We allow the ecosystem to innovate, and hence sometimes we need to relook back at what we have created, what we have postulated, and see if it is still valid, it's still applicable under the new conditions. We obviously need to increase more awareness. Heard also that we need to make sure that in particular the adopters are actually in the condition to understand what is getting suggested. They need to be helped in blending a little bit of the traditional knowledge with the innovations, because it's difficult to completely disrupt the system, but there is a lot of knowledge in traditional methods that can be studied and embedded through new technologies. I have heard very interesting articles where AI is trying to capture more and more knowledge from farmers on how things and climate events can condition certain growth in their crops, or when to irrigate, because they learn it by doing it, and now by getting that knowledge, we can actually help them in getting it even more precise. Investments, we all know, and I think across the COP is a recurrent theme. How do we get the necessary funds to actually unlock, unleash the...
Thank you all, dear panelists. I think this has been a very insightful discussion. We've actually looked at the critical challenges that we face in combating desertification. We have listened to the challenges that we are facing even in deploying and adopting technologies, but also the very, let's say, aspirational plans to develop strategies and policies and regulations that that would support the deployment. We've looked at the evolving priorities of the different COPs, and basically everything that we've discussed underlines the importance of collaboration, which you have all mentioned. especially collaboration between the governments, the private sector, and the local communities. With this, I would like to move to the next stage in our session, which is the audience questions and answers. The way we will do this is you will find a QR code. You can scan this also from the people watching our session, and you can type in the questions, and I will be receiving the questions and moderating them. We're getting a few questions. I would move this one to you, Carlo. We have a question on the main sustainability challenges that are identified. What are the main sustainability challenges that are identified that we are facing?
Yeah, I would interpret the question in the light of the study that was presented. So I hope that that is the intention of the question. So in that sense, the key challenges that we have been looking at obviously are related to land degradations, desertifications. We have been looking at technologies that can actually contribute to climate adaptations, which is obviously a big theme related to COP29. We know that we have to do a lot to mitigate the situations and the damage going forward, but we also know that a lot that has already happened is not going to be reversed very quickly, and it will require organizations, institutions, countries, individuals to actually prepare and adapt to the new conditions in the world. We obviously have looked at the biodiversity preservations and possible also enhancements. There has been a lot of loss of biodiversity. Related to that, the proliferations of invasive species that more and more can be introduced, sometimes inadvertently by different businesses, good intentions to sometimes create carbon sinking situations, but they are then done at the loss of the local biodiversity. And overall, we have identified 12 of these challenges. I will not bother with all the details, but they are all available and published in our study. I'll be happy to discuss further with anyone that is interested.
Thank you. We have another question, which is actually interesting. The question is, how are the greening technologies relevant to the three COPs, the UNCCD, UNFCCC, and the CBD? I can take that and also link it to the article that we have written. Actually, as Dr. Dane said, and you have said, the goals of the three conventions are interlinked, and especially now that we see the joint liaison group between the three COPs. In our analysis, for instance, we looked at technologies that enhance soil health and water retention, which combats desertification. At the same time, they support biodiversity, which links with the CBD, and also enhance resilience to climate change. Many soil technologies and nature-based solutions can actually tackle these three targets. We can think also of the remote sensing, data analytics, and precision agriculture technologies. They actually also offer integrated solutions whereby they, let's say, allow us to have a more accurate assessment of land degradation. If we look at, for example, the remote sensing, they can also monitor biodiversity loss, and they can also monitor climate change impacts. All of the three as well, let's say, tackle the objectives of the conventions. I'll take one last question, which is also interesting to, I think, the region. If I may, Dr. Dane, how to engage communities, local communities, and provide them benefits to promote and ensure a successful deployment of technologies?
Thank you, Marieli, for that question, and also from the audience. It's an excellent question. I traditionally come from this field, spending a lot of time, let's say, on the ground in implementation, working with local communities, indigenous people in various circumstances and various types of projects. I find that often we have much more to learn from them than they from us, and combining greening technologies with their local knowledge will be critical. In doing so, however, I think the process of taking time to work carefully with local communities, understand how they use the land, how they impact the land, how that relationship works is really critical. It's what we call the social sciences, the softer sciences, but these two types of sciences and technologies and innovation need to come together in order to ensure that whatever we are trying to deploy in terms of land restoration and sustainable land management actually works. And if we're doing it in a context where local communities live, work, explore, then without them it is not going to work. We can put the best technologies in place and we can have the best of the best, but it will not work. So I think taking time and making sure that they are well informed, well engaged, but also that we have really understood how they can help make the impacts sustainable and durable in the future are really important. This is also important in the context of local and national economies. It's not just at the environmental level, but by increasing resilience, by creating local economies that can function, it obviously helps the whole integrated system move forward. I hope that helps to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With this, I would like to close our session. First, I really want to extend my deepful gratitude for the esteemed panelists, and thank you again for taking the time and joining us today. And thank you for the audience for participating in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. So, assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, estimate guests, estimate panelists. So, welcome to our workshop on achieving food security in a context of drought and desertification in Africa, Middle East region. Today, we address a critical issue impacting millions in our region, as well as our ability to sustain to nourish future generation. Drought and desertification present challenges increasing by the climate change crisis and other environmental factors, which impact the growing productivity in our region. However, along with these challenges, there is opportunity for innovation and strong collaboration. Agriculture innovation, strengthened and empowering by public-private partnership are essential for developing sustainable solutions that enhance resilience and secure food system in our region. Through this workshop, we'll be exploring the best practices, sharing insight, and discuss strategy that fits the needs of our region, and with the aim to leverage technologies and partnership. So before to give the floor to our estimates panelists, allow me to introduce myself and our work briefly. So I'm Samira Malal. I'm the Director General of CropLife Africa Middle East. We are the regional association representing the leading manufacturers and distributor of crop protection, seeds, and biotechnology in Africa Middle East. We represent 22 national associations spread across the region from Jordan through Morocco, where from I am, to South Africa. And we are member of the global network called CropLife International. Our members are 11. In addition of the biggest R&D company, we have manufacturers of biological solution, also the biggest generic company. Of course, we rely on our partners and allies to ensure and to support us in terms of our mission by ensuring the access of innovation to the smallholder farmers and to help the growing their productivity and access to the markets. As CropLife Africa Middle East, we believe that plant science technology can help farmers The SPMF is based on 3 pillars, which is reduce reliance on high-hazard pesticide and demonstrate the change. Second pillar, which is increase innovation, and the third pillar is the responsible use of pesticide. Regarding the first pillar, which is reduce reliance on high-hazard pesticide, the goal is to manage efficiently and transitionally the high-hazard pesticide based on scientific risk assessment through the respect of dietary risk, operator exposure, and environmental risk. Also, through this pillar, we aim to regulate risk mitigation measure when there is no alternative for HHPs in the market. So we ensure that there is regulation that can be implemented on with farmers. We work with the government to establish strategy in terms of fighting illegal trade, because where there is no alternative on such substance, so our farmers are lost and they can be exposed to illegal trade. Also, we work with the Minister of Health, Minister of Environment to enhance the capacity of poison center and enhance all the incidents reporting by enhancing data, generating data that can help Environment Minister and Health Minister to reduce from poisoning cases. When it's come to the second pillar, which is increase innovation, here we don't mean only the crop protection, but also all the innovative agricultural solution, from the cultural tools, drought-resistant seeds, chemical tools with the new mode of action, resistance management, ecosystem services, soil health, biological solution, and also digital tools covering drone management tools, app, data traceability, and to cooperate with the government and the pesticide authority on establishing digital platform to manage all the regulatory dossier. The third one, which is the responsible and effective use, is not only a stewardship practices, but it's more than that. It's effective and large spectrum of stewardship activity, covering from the distribution to farmers' responsible use, certification of spray service provider, developing standard for good agriculture practice, and also to go with the product until end of his cycle with supporting and leading container management system that is also supporting all the economy circular. Of course, there is a lot to tell you about the achievements so far within SPMF in the 3 countries, and already some wins that we can share, but I don't have time today. You can visit our website for more detail. But what we have observed so far within SPMF in this country, that SPMF bring first regulatory maturity through a strong partnership between private and public sector, working together, opening the way of new innovation with strong collaboration here within a research institution to to explore the potential of drone, and opportunity to discuss regulation on gene editing, and to push for new solution rather than the conventional pesticides such as biological. The third one also is creating lasting impact through governance infrastructure, and here with the support to all the digital platform on e-submission, container management, and other examples. Also, through this program in 3 regions, so we really seeing that from the wins that we have in Morocco, there is exchange of best practice in other countries in North and the South of Africa, as well as in Kenya. This old activity now is under the East African region, and for Egypt, we look forward to spread this experience to the neighbor country. So I would like just to conclude that the commitment of CropLife Africa Middle East as partner in sustainable agriculture cannot be doing alone. So for that, we really rely on cooperation and partnership allies that can support such initiative, and to ensure that together we can come with actionable strategy that can fit the needs of our region and can empower our work in the region in terms of sustainable agriculture. So with that, thank you very much. And I give the floor to my colleague Margot, who will be presenting the panelists of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samira. And I would like to call on stage the first panel with Dr. Bekawi, Dr. Abdelati, and Professor Paul Winters. So let me introduce briefly our panelists. So we have Dr. Fawzi Bekawi, who is the director at the Moroccan National Institute of Agricultural Research. Dr. Abdelati, who is professor doctor at the Egypt Desert Research Center. He's also the UNCCD operational focal point and CST of Egypt. And we have Professor Paul Winters, professor at University of Notre Dame and executive director of the Innovation Commission. So starting with this panel discussion, I would like to ask Dr. Abdelati, what specific agricultural innovations have shown the most promise in mitigating the impacts of droughts and desertification?
Well, first of all, I have to thank you very much, CropLife, for this opportunity and your kind invitation. And I'm really honored to be here with you today. And when we speak about the scientific innovations, and you link together the drought and desertification, we appreciate this so much because this is a very hot issue in this COP, especially the drought issues. And when we speak about that, I will take into consideration the Egyptian experience in that subject. Actually, you know that Egypt has 4 agroecological zones. The majority of Egyptian land is hyper-arid desert, receiving a very, very few quantity of precipitation, not exceed than 100 to 110 annually in the northern part of Egypt, while the other inland remains with 40 up to 0 precipitation annually. So in each agroecological zone, we have our certain specific activities to adapt for drought and to mitigate the drought effects and as well to combat desertification. For northern part of Egypt, we have problems for seawater intrusion, drought, sand encroachment, and as well in part some areas we have overgrazing on those rangeland areas there we have overgrazing. For drought, we try to establish dikes to harvest runoff water, and it was really effective to increase the productivity maybe 30% or more of wheat and barley and some fodder shrubs and grasses. They grew their goat and sheep for meat and milk production, and some palms, trees of palm and olive and fig as well. And it's really, they are in a high quality. Most of them are exported outside. One time, Spain imported all our production in this area. They have a problem there, and they imported the whole Egyptian production of oil, of olive oil, and later we imported under the name of Spain, but originally from Egypt. And this was very exciting for us, and I have one bottle of this in my home. you keep it as a memory. And for inland of Sinai and western desert, it's a little bit higher elevations. Not, you can call that it's hills, not even mountains, but it's hills. And most of the activities there is for animal grazing and some crop production in some places. Scattered here and there, but the main activities there is industrial activities, mining and etc. So they are pumping the oil, I mean petroleum from ground, and therefore they destroy the environment. So we established a new, we add some points to the Egyptian law for environment to protect the environment, to insist that each country invest in this area should return the place its original case, and also to vegetate some shrubs there to absorb the carbon, to make a water a carbon sink, and to minimize the carbon emissions coming from the field of mining there. For Western Desert, it's completely different, sand dune encroachment, and there is a huge project for sand dune fixation, depending upon the aquifer system, and as well to improve the quality of life for the Bedouin in this area. Some assistance, technology transfer, and the government are teaching the people. We want to let them share the decision, because when they share the decision, they are keep it alive as long as they have benefits from this project. Because Bedouins, when you insist to give them some information by force or giving them some assistance by force, always they reject it. They never use more. As long as you are here in this area, they will say yes. But when you leave, they kick everything out and then return back to their normal life. But when they have the decision together with the government, it's very important that they are willing. Maybe sometimes we depend upon their experience, what we call the ethnic or the traditional knowledge, yes, traditional knowledge. Okay, we rely on their traditional knowledge, and really, they are really smart enough to be kept in our papers as well.
Okay.
So this is what we did exactly in Egypt. Also, we exchanged the crop pattern is the Nile Valley and Delta. And I will finish crop valley and Delta to mitigate the drought with new varieties that has less water consumption. This is what I do in a very summary manner.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I would like to ask similar questions to Dr. Bekawi. So what specific agricultural innovations have shown the most promise in mitigating the impacts of droughts and desertification, and what challenges also do you see in the adoption of those innovations?
First of all, thank you, Margot and Samira and CropLife for the kind invitation to participate in this panel. I would like maybe to give some context to talk about, then I'll talk about some of the different solutions and focus on some of the new technological solutions. I'll spend a little bit more time on that. The context, I'm from Morocco, and Morocco has been experiencing severe drought in the last several years. When we look at the evolution or the drought years in Morocco, and we've been looking for a while and measure rainfall, since 1975, the frequency of droughts have been doubled. We consider drought years when it rains 250 millimeters or less. And as I said, recently it's been a challenge, in particular Morocco, we grow a lot of cereals in rain-fed areas for wheat, barley, and for durum, bread, wheat, and barley. And between 2 years of 1 year of drought and one normal year, we could see a decrease in productivity by 70%. So what are the solutions to such a challenge? There are many. And from a research institutions, we've been looking at a few of these solutions. There are, if I can summarize them, two kinds. One focusing on agronomy practices and one on genetics. Agronomy practices, we have to improve, let's say, in terms of when it's irrigation, we have to reduce or improve the efficiency of water usage by using, let's say, drip irrigations or nano irrigations. We have to use precision agriculture to ensure that we are delivering the right amount of water, for example. On the genetics, we've been pursuing this area for several years and developing drought-tolerant plants. And recently we succeeded with, in collaboration with ICARDA, developing a new variety of wheat that could produce 30% of yield in a drought year. Now, when we look at genetics, there are different techniques, and here where I'm going to spend a little bit more time on innovations, there's a conventional methods of breeding, which means we cross two lines. One, maybe that's a normal line that has a high quality of wheat with a drought-tolerant wheat that may not have the best quality. And during this crossing process, which takes several years, we can develop a new line that has high yield and good quality. There's mutational breeding. It's a method that has been used for a while, and that's also can be used for breeding. There's genetic modification. That's a method that's used in some countries, but not all countries. In Morocco, we don't use that method. And then there is genetic editing, and that's the method that I may spend a little bit of time on it. It's an opportunity, it's a new technology. In fact, the two scientists that developed this method, Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna, got the Nobel Prize in 2020. And this technique presents a lot of opportunities. Why? Because it's very precise, it takes less time than conventional breeding, and in sometimes results in reduced use of pesticide. How does it work? I'm getting a little bit maybe more technical, but basically it's based on mutations. Genetic editing, when we know the sequence of a gene that's responsible for specific traits, we may be able to control and modify that gene by introducing an enzyme, natural nucleases that exists in plants, with a specific primer that will recognize the gene of interest and go directly to that gene and make a specific change. And generally, it's one or two bases that are modified. To use this technique, we need to know the specific sequence of gene or the gene that controls specific traits. Because of genomics of importance like drought tolerance, this technique has been used recently, and in the last 10 years in several crops, more than 50 crops have been shown that it works, and in Morocco we'll be very interested to use it in the development of drought-tolerant cereals, for instance. What are the challenges in adopting these methods? Of course, is regulating this technology. Some countries, they consider genetic editing as a method like genetically modified organism. We do consider it, I personally believe that it's not the same category. In GMOs, we're taking a whole gene and taking it from one species to another. In genetic editing, it's like a natural mutation. And several countries have adopted that. North America, several Asian and African countries now are using this method as similar to conventional method. So in Morocco, we'll be trying, first of all, to show that this method can have beneficial application and working with the government to adopt this method as one of the tools to address the problem of drought tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bekawi. And I would like to ask Professor Winters if you could please share with us any successful public-private partnerships that have fostered agricultural innovation in the region.
Thanks very much. First, I'd like to agree strongly with my colleague here about the changing dynamics of managing genes. It is different than GMOs in the ways that you described, and a lot of potential. I was recently at the Bayer offices in St. Louis in September and did a tour, and they're moving on to these other types of techniques. I think they're going to be more acceptable around the world for the reasons you described. And there's a lot of potential in the future for public-private partnerships for this type of thing. So hopefully it will go forward. In terms of some other examples, there's a few areas where there's examples. So let me give one that's ongoing right now. There's a lot of progress in AI and weather, using artificial intelligence to predict weather. Some is being driven by companies like NVIDIA, Google, who are pushing the frontier, partly because they want it out there. NVIDIA sells, chips, and they want CPUs. And so they don't care how you use it, but they're willing to push the frontier of this and make it publicly available. And so a lot of researchers are starting to use this. AI short-run predictions are as good as the big physics models, but they cost a lot less. You used to have supercomputers. Now you can do it on a laptop. They're more locally specific, so you could make predictions in Egypt and Morocco better than you could previously. You don't have to go to a big supercomputer. And there was a big announcement in Baku at COP29 about pushing forward with this. How can this be a public-private partnership? These are public goods. They should be provided out there, but they need to be delivered to farmers. And so the best delivery mechanisms that currently exist are through digital means that are being done by the private sector. And so that has a lot of potential there. It's already being done in some countries, but it needs to be scaled up and taken to a much larger. So that's one. The second isn't from this region, but it's along similar lines. It's from Brazil. There's a number of companies that have made deals with the Brazilian government to rehabilitate land, formerly deforested land, and it's a lot of companies like Syngenta, Bayer, et cetera, that are working. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of acres, not small-scale projects that are often done. And the reason companies are in a good position to do this is because of what you were showing earlier about the range of services that are provided. So in order to deal with things like desertification or land that's been degraded from deforestation, you need a broader approach, right? You can't just take one thing in. And so the kind of systematic approaches and a series of innovations that include digital, the inputs, et cetera, are what's necessary. And that seems to be quite successful. Hundreds of thousands of acres are being used. So that's another good public-private partnership that's ongoing. And then the last thing I would say, which is from the region, is kind of second-tier financing through private financial organizations. A lot of small-scale financial organizations that reach out to smallholders struggle because if you give a lot of money to agriculture, it's very risky. So if you have a whole portfolio that's a lot of ag and ag goes bad, no one pays you back. And so it's a big problem for the banks to do this. But what the public sector can do is de-risk this. And a particularly promising method is asset collateralized loans. So most of us in better off countries, when we buy a car, that's our collateral. You could do the same things with things like water tanks, and there's a good project in Kenya in which they did this. They have a 98% repayment rate. When they get the water tanks, it improves their agriculture production around dairy, around other things. It's more profitable. And so the innovation there is the means by which that you're giving the finance. So the private sector is still giving it, but you're taking that risk away by providing the second-tier loan. And it's an innovative way to kind of get finance to farmers beyond things like the old group lending and the old microfinance they were doing before. So those are just a few examples.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Before I ask you the next question, I would like to ask Dr. Abdelati if you still have 5 minutes for another question to Prof. Winter and then another question to you, because I know you have other commitments. It's okay? Thank you. So Prof. Winters, I would like to ask what measures do you think can be taken to ensure that smallholder farmers have access to these innovative solutions?
I think part of the problem, and I hear this around places like this, when people are talking about scientific innovations and smallholders, they don't think carefully about the behavioral response of smallholders. So you're going to provide an innovation to smallholders, and you think they're automatically going to take it. There's often a number of constraints that smallholders face, all farmers face, but smallholders in particular face a lot of these. There could be failures in markets to be able to access certain types of things. They can't get access to credit that others can be, so it limits their ability to adopt innovation. There could be informational problems. You're putting out a new technology, they don't understand it. There's a lot of smallholders. How do you convey all the information? It's cheaper to go to the large and medium ones, et cetera. And I think one of the biggest constraints is that we don't think about, or the biggest challenge is we don't think about the constraints that smallholders in particular face. And you see examples around the world of where you can reach smallholders if you incorporate them with other sets of producers. So for example, I used to work with IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. One of the projects that we did was to incorporate small-scale dairy producers with medium-scale producers. The medium-scale producers had the knowledge, the ability, the scale to sell their milk. The small-scale producers didn't. If we tried to just work with small-scale, we would have never gotten it to a large enough area. So we incorporated them into the cooperatives that were doing it, paid for them to get initial training, got them on board, and eventually became sustainable. And so we thought ahead of time, well, what is the challenge here? They don't know how to access the market. They have their own set of constraints because they don't have enough assets in terms of cattle. They don't have finance. We addressed those problems and got them on par with the selling of other dairy farmers. So thinking about what their constraints are is an important part of expanding innovation to smallholders that many others already have access to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So in terms of agricultural innovation that can help in the context of drought and desertification, we heard a lot of things about agronomy practices, innovations that optimize water use, precision agriculture. We also heard about gene editing, drought-tolerant plants. Some of the challenges one of the challenges to regulate those technologies. We also heard some examples of artificial intelligence to predict whether digital means financing to smallholder. Some of the challenges is to make sure that we actually understand the behavior of those smallholder farmers to make sure they can actually adopt those agricultural innovations. So I would like to ask you one final question to each of you, and Dr. Abdelati. Now that we are at COP16 in Riyadh and that the discussions are still ongoing, what recommendations would you have for decision makers at COP16 when it comes to agricultural innovations, to drought and desertification, but also what recommendations you would have for the industry? Yeah. No, please, Dr. Abdelati.
Well, it's a very important question for the, let's say, developing countries. It's very important that politicians should have the will, should be involved, because what I believe since 1995, I've been working to this convention. Technicals did their best. They did what they should do, while the politicians sticks away, always listen to us, but doing nothing on the ground. Actually, what the science has did really what they should do. And now it's the turn of politicians to take the leadership and to help us to have something very strong on the ground. So this is the first message we should give through this COP, and this is a wonderful opportunity to have this COP, and maybe the Bureau, the CST Bureau, has raised this issue many, many times, particularly in this, during this COP. Second thing also is the drought initiative for the world is very, very important. It's essential now. No one can deny it. It's really a very important issue. And majority of the Asian delegates and all the African delegates are supporting this much. And we are willing to have this because this is the last opportunity that we have to survive. You know, climate change is affecting everywhere now, and we want to underline that as a SPI member. We want to underline that clearly, a message that drought is not only coming from climate change, it's also man-made. It's all the behavior of the human on the ground that has their impact on climate that affects the people life now and even the livelihoods as well. And without land, you will not have biodiversity or climate change. Land should become in order at the beginning, and then we think about the other conventions. While before we were think that climate change at the beginning and land will come at the last order. We don't have another land to live on. Where we'll go if we destroy this planet? We should conserve the land. Land is not dirt. Land is an asset, and we should conserve it for not. We are in. Actually, we are. We borrow this from the coming generations. We are using this and should conserve and give them in a proper situation that they can also live. So it is not good that we destroy everything and leave the life, leaving them behind with have no opportunity to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the same question actually to Dr. Bekawi. So what recommendations would you have for decision makers at COP16 and also for the industry?
Well, for the coming from a scientist and working with the research institutions, I would say there are a lot of solutions that research can provide, and maybe provide more means and more resources to conduct research. I mean, in general, developing countries spend a lot less money compared to developed countries. I worked a lot in Canada, and coming to Morocco, the level of funding in Canada is 2% of GDP. In Morocco is 0.75. But not only funding, there's also the way of doing research. In Morocco, we have a lot of bureaucratic procedures in order to buy equipment or to hire compared to developed countries. So those are some of the areas I would say in terms of promoting research. But not only that, there is also facilitating regulations. We were talking about genetic editing. I think if we can show that this method is safe, it's been applied in several countries already, then we should be able to facilitate the development of these regulations to allow the use of these novel technologies. I will add another one is capacity building and training. Invest more in education and in research, in forming maybe PhD students that are going to be the future researchers, and providing these with means like fellowships and scholarships. And finally, help in building partnerships. Research institutions cannot do or provide a solution on its own. It's by working with stakeholders, including farmers associations, industry, government organization, and it's only when we form this partnership that we are successful in finding solutions that can address these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the same question to Prof. Winters.
Thanks. I again agree with my colleagues. I think on the political will, it's the decision makers, but it's also industry as well. And in my almost 30 years since I finished my PhD, there has been a shift among the agricultural industries, including crop life, towards considering a lot of broader issues than previously were considered. So, and what you were talking about before about pesticides and the toxic pesticides, that's been a total change, and it's for the better, and it's been great. So the political will has started to change, but it still needs to go a lot more. I also strongly agree with innovation and the importance of innovation, and these percentages are depressing when you see them compared to, with the exception of a couple global south countries like Brazil, China, who do put a lot of money into research. The rest don't as much, and so that innovation. But I'd like to add two more things. One is scale. We really need to think in terms of reaching millions of farmers. In the development community that I've been a part of, we often have these projects of, you know, $10, $20, $30,000, pat ourselves on the back for how wonderful it is. But there's 600 million farmers in the world. 500 million of them are family farms. So that's not going to cut it. So we need to think of scale. Industry's better at that. They talk about hundreds of thousands, obviously, because they have the right intentions to do that. So for industry, I would say the other thing beyond scale is inclusion. To the degree that we can include small-scale producers and work our way down into producers that are smallholders, you can organize them, you can work through cooperatives. There are ways to do that. EFED, my colleague here from EFED, has a long history of kind of working with farmers in groups so you avoid those high transaction costs of having to work with so many. So there's a lot of potential there to do that. So to add to my colleagues, scale and inclusion, I think is important parts for the decision makers.
Yes, please.
I'm really excited to ask you personally a question. Well, we are very happy to be, I think all of us agree that we are very happy to be here and to have these questions from your side. But I was expecting another question. I know it's surprising you. This is the first time that one of the guests who sent the question. But let me say that we should ask us what you expect from our side. It's very important. Yes, the public are very important in this time. In COP16, let's say that this is the time of the public. We want to hear your voices. We want you to raise your voices. Not to go to strike, of course, but in the right channels. We want to increase the voices of the public to support us. Okay? When we have your voices and have our efforts and achievements, at that time we can attract the politicians. Maybe they can go and do something, because the politicians need your voices in the elections. And this is very important, actually. This is your time, this is your role, and we are expecting your support. Give us the support needed to give us the opportunity to serve, to make the life of the humans much better. Thank you.
So if you allow me to conclude this first panel discussion and at the same time answer your question, Doctor. As CropLife Africa medalist, it's the very first time that we are taking part in this COP on desertification. And what we see is that there is a triple challenge that we are facing now. It's to increase agricultural productivity, is to protect the environment, and making sure at the same time that the countries, they have an opportunity to develop on a social, economic level. So those kind of COP, it's really for us an opportunity to engage with decision makers. I think the topic of today's panel discussion, agricultural innovation, is really also what we are trying to put forward and to promote, but also the key role of public-private partnerships. Access to decision makers, access to donors, it's really what we want to promote and really what we think is crucial to make sure that things move forward. So thank you very much for this insightful discussion, and I would like to call our second panel on stage. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. So I would like to call Mr. Khalid Cherki, Miss Tatiana, and Juan Carlos Mendoza. So thank you so much for joining this second panel discussion, which will be focusing a bit more on the vital role of public-private partnerships. And we have on stage Madame Tatiana, who is agricultural economist at the Global Environment Fund. Next to her, we have Mr. Cherki, who is the COP16 focal point for Morocco, head of the African group, head of the international cooperation at the Moroccan Ministry of Agriculture, Maritime Fishing, Rural Development, and Water and Forests. And we have Mr. Juan Carlos Mendoza, who is the director of the Environment, Social and Gender Division at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. So maybe I will start with the first question to Mr. Cherki. Can you please provide us with examples of successful public-private partnerships that have positively impacted food security and resilience in the face of desertification?
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you, Margot and Samira and CropLife, for inviting me to that important event. Before going deeply in to reply to the question, let me at first recall the context. As we know, all land resources are playing a vital role in terms of biodiversity conservation and also water supply, food security, creating income, and also mitigating and adaptation to climate change. But nowadays, and based on the last reports released by the Secretariat of the UNCCD, we have seen that the tendency of degradation is getting higher. We were talking during the past year about 12 million hectares per year, and now we are talking about 100 million hectares per year. So the tendency of degradation is getting momentum. Also, in order to cope with this, there is another very important pillar, which is financing. And the last assessment and the last evaluation, which has been made by Global Mechanism, and my brother he is aware of this because he was the general director of the Global Mechanism, and I had a big pleasure to work with him there. So only 20% of required funds in order to achieve land degradation neutrality are mobilized, which means we are in a very difficult situation. The degradation is following, how we call it, a tendency, forward tendency, and finance mobilization is not aligned with this situation. So we are in the need to mobilize many actors. And one of them is the private sector in order to cope with that problem and then also to manage land sustainably. But there is a very important issue to rise here because we had an experience with the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, which has been created in order to support countries or actors in order to achieve land degradation neutrality. But now we are waiting for a scaling up of the experience. And we cannot have it right now because there is a critical situation is that we cannot convince a private company to come and invest its money in a degraded land. So at national level or at global level, when it comes to involve private sector, we should be much more careful. We should, how we call it, we should develop some tools in order to accompany them and to show them when they could invest. So for maybe to involve them in sustainable management, land sustainable management, both in agriculture sector, forestry sector, rangeland, and also in managing wetlands. Now, just at a general level, but coming now to some experiences in Morocco, and I will focus on forestry sector because I'm a forester. I'm in charge of international cooperation within the National Agency for Water and Forests. So we have been involved in the private sector newly with the adoption of the new strategy, which is called the Morocco Forest Strategy 2020-2030. And we find that there is a huge space, a huge window to involve private sector and we start now to establish some concession with private company and to give them the possibility to invest in a forest space and in a perspective of win-win approach. The government and also the private company. We have another example with the ecotourism value chain. Ecotourism is an important value chain because we are here valuating lands without cutting trees, and we are keeping trees because at this time, keeping trees standing up, it's much more important than cutting them because they are playing another role with climate change. So, valuating these natural species through ecotourism is very important. But here, we need to have private sector, and we are also pushing forward some concession with private company to come and invest. Because here we are, how we call it, is an ecosystem services, which we are selling, which is the beauty of the beauty of the nature. But we need some touristic actors to come and build and here we are accompanying them. We are launching some announcements and to have some private company in order to build, taking into account the environment, some small hotels, some restaurant, some equipment in order to practice sports in nature. And we are, I think, we are moving forward progressively. We are not at that level that we are looking for, but I think that we are going straightly to the objective. Another example also with cooperative, it's not, how you call it, they are a social economical structure, and we are working with them since many years ago, and we are making progress in forestry sector when we have organized the local population, rural population, around the interests in order to interest them, to give them a concession to exploit forest space and to evaluate it. And we are, I think, we are backupping them at the beginning in order to be stronger because they are a vulnerable structure at the beginning. They should be supported until reaching high speed or maturity. So I think that are the main experience that I can share with you for the time being.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Tatiana, what common challenges do you see when establishing effective public-private partnerships, and how do you think those challenges can be overcome?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to have the Global Environment Facility here with you. I think I'll start a little by talking about our process as the GEF when we're establishing partnerships. So what we do is we have what we call ECWs, which is Extended Constituency Workshops. And in these workshops, we have the representatives from the countries, usually Ministry of Environment. We have operational focal points for all of the countries we work with. And we also have civil society organizations, SMEs, and the private sector at large. And it's these discussions or during these workshops that ideas on what future project programming should look like. And so it's a platform in which they can engage. And out of these engagements, you know, I'll take, for example, our 2022 consultations. Two things that we found in common across Africa, Asia, Latin America is the things that most actors are asking for from the private sector is new business models and value chain partnerships, along with innovation and technology. But there is a disconnect between expectations because from the private sector and from the public sector angle, what they expect is they see the private sector as a vehicle for money and nothing else. So they lose out on opportunities to leverage technology, innovation, and kind of create systemic transformation. So this is one of the biggest problems. But in addition to that, I think in general, the public sector and the private sector have divergent objectives. So from a public sector's perspective, they're looking at social welfare, long-term benefits, but private sector is more about profitability and the bottom line. And so they're in the same room, but they're not speaking the same language, right? And so whereas the government is saying, oh, environment for environment's sake, the private sector is saying, how does the environment, how do I leverage this to meet my bottom line? And so this disconnect needs to be worked on. But moreover, there are also issues, I think, on the government side around policy. And I would say there are issues with the quality of policy, the coherence of policies, and the implementation. So in terms of quality, sometimes you have policies that are just overall discouraging to the private sector. And then sometimes you have a mixed bag where different institutions or sectors within the government have conflicting policies. So I'll say, for example, in Zambia, you have Ministry of Agriculture saying, if you want to show ownership of land, you need to clear that land, and that's deforestation. But you have Ministry of Environment saying, we want to protect the Miombo forest and preserve biodiversity. So who do you listen to in this scenario? And a lot of the times, so private sector, even within agriculture, there's often also a need for the ministries of transport, energy, environment to all be aligned in order for an investment to make sense. And then there's also the issue of quality, right? Sometimes countries come to really good policies on paper, but in practice, the implementation of them is lucky. So recently I was working with Turkey on the potential for solar energy in agriculture. And when you speak to farmers and cooperatives, they say, oh, NGOs, the international community, they've done demo plots, we believe in solar energy, we want to invest in solar energy, but it takes 12 to 18 months for you to get a license in order to invest in solar panels on an area beyond 10 square meters, okay? So how does this happen? You then talk to the government and they say, oh, it takes 17 institutions for us to approve one single license. And how do you streamline this? How do you improve the process? So beyond having good quality policies, they need to not conflict with each other, and then they need to be well implemented. And all of this poses a challenge for the private sector to want to engage. And then we have issues around risk sharing. I think agriculture is risky business in general, and when you compound that with risks related to political instability, regulatory changes, market uncertainties, the government operates on a political cycle. They're thinking, what is going to get me my next election and what will make me popular for 4 years? Whereas if you want to invest in a sugar mill, that's a lifelong project, 10 years, 15, 25 years. So how do you function in a country where every time the Minister of Agriculture changes, he throws away the bathwater with the baby and says, everything the last guy said is a no, and these are my new policies. This kind of instability makes kind of engaging and partnering really unattractive for the private sector. And then lastly, I think there are issues around insufficient government investment. A lot of the times the public sector is not willing to put its money where its mouth is. So I will share an example from early in my career. I started out in the private sector in the sugar industry, and at some point we were thinking about scaling up our mill capacity, and we said, okay, we'll scale up the mill capacity. We're willing to work with outgrowers, and smallholder farmers can form cooperatives and sell the cane to us. We will even advance the money for the infrastructure, the inputs, we will do the transportation, and then we can deduct this from the cost of sale. Government says, okay, great. But they say, oh, but the radius to which you want to expand, there are water issues, and we need a dam. So we say, okay, we'll build a dam. But now that we're going further outside of our radius, we need the road infrastructure to function. So we needed a certain bridge, not a fancy bridge, but basic enough. And we need good road access to get to these places. So we expand our mill, we build our dam. Come the time for the roads, the government doesn't do their part. we're cutting cane and it's being left on the ground, and each day the pole percentage is going down, the weight is going down, because they wouldn't build a road. So it's also, you know, the private sector gives a finger and the government wants the whole hand. So where does it stop? You know, as private sector, you have to do the mill, the production, the selling, the processing. Now you're also building roads and schools, and so where does it stop? So I think I would summarize those are the major issues, that the government is not really investing in access to markets, infrastructure, research, and development. But not to drone on problems, a few solutions. So I would say probably the model that Jeff is using of having extended constituency workshops is something that all PPPs need to consider, and engage the private sector very early in project designs, because like we said, they think very differently. And what often happens is the government will sit by itself, have workshops by itself, design these projects by itself, and then it comes and say, oh, private sector, here's the project, finance it, you know, and then you get a lot of back and forth, it wastes time, it's inefficient. So really having that early engagement so that there's ownership and responsibility and co-designing, that's really important if we want to have sustainable transformation. And then there's also the issue of enabling policies and regulatory frameworks. As I said, there are a lot of policies that are bad quality. A lot of governments operate in silos between ministries, and it's necessary that there's interministerial collaboration to come up with policies that are attractive and clear, and that they last between regimes, right? And that the country thinks of making the business environment attractive as beyond their own individual political ambitions. And additionally, I would say that we also need to work on providing incentives for innovation. So within those policies, things like offering tax breaks, grants, subsidies for private investment, if it's for sustainable agriculture, is important, kind of sweetening the pot. And it's also important to improve access to markets and infrastructure, right? So investing in the basics, cold chain, storage, so that when private sector produces, they know that, you know, all of their production is not going to be lost to food waste because of temperature. Investing in transport and other kind of public goods that make it easy for the private sector and agriculture to focus on the agriculture part of it. And there's also the issue of risk-sharing mechanisms. And like we said, agriculture is risky business, and going for a more climate-friendly approach is even riskier. And so in these partnerships, there needs to be an incentive for the public sector to be willing to kind of change its way of working. And some of those things that can be done is providing guarantees, providing insurance schemes. Several Jeff projects are actually working on agriculture insurance, weather insurance, specifically for smallholder farmers, early warning systems, and these sorts of things are things that can really give the private sector time to try and test more eco-friendly initiatives without losing too much money. And it's in that pilot phase where they see this work and see this not affecting their bottom line, but actually making things more profitable for them, that then allows them to then want to scale this up on their own. I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you for this very, very comprehensive answer. And I would like to ask Juan Carlos, how do you think governments can better engage with the private sector to foster innovation in agricultural practices?
Thank you very much, and let me start by thanking CropLife for the opportunity to be here. I think a key question is, let me start by giving you a little bit of context of what we do in IFA. The International Fund for Agricultural Development traditionally until now has worked mainly to the public sector. About 5 years ago, we started investing directly in the private sector. And actually, we have created, and we're expanding the part of our balance sheet that is dedicated to invest directly with the private sector. Coming to your question, I think part of the issue that we have is we speak very different languages on the public and the private sector. And there's nothing wrong about that. I mean, it's normal. There are different incentives. And one that, an expression that I always hear, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit provocative, is we say, oh, you know, the private sector needs to invest in land restoration. The private sector needs to invest in nature. And that's, I would submit to you, it's wrong. I mean, the private sector invests on projects that generate return on investment, which is appropriate to the risk and to the expectation of its shareholders, period. And there's nothing wrong about that. But what we need to do is sometimes is align incentives. For the public sector, this also means striking a balance between providing the right incentives without providing, if I may say so, freebies to the private sector. Yeah, and there's a very delicate balance. Now, when it comes to, that's sort of a very general statement that applies, I think, to many sectors. Now, going directly to agriculture, and I'll speak from the perspective of IFAD. IFAD works with smallholder farmers, and by smallholder farmers, I mean in most countries, we're talking about farmers with fewer than 5 hectares. What is the issue here? First, we need to understand what can we do, you know, how we evolve investments, starting with the fact that in many cases, the public sector will have to continue investing and aligning investments in agriculture with sustainability and conservation and land restoration. And we cannot expect the private sector to necessarily come in at the very beginning. But what we do in IFAD is, as we invest on these smallholder farmers and they start developing also basic business abilities, then we graduate them, so to speak, to be eligible for investment from the private sector. But the next problem is what we normally call, from the financial perspective, is ticket size. These are very small farmers. So what we do in IFAD, and Professor Winters mentioned this in the earlier panel, is we have a lot of experience on aggregating investments. We used to think of this in terms of organizing small farmers into cooperatives, but we take a much broader view today onto many types of farmers' organizations, so that they become more attractive to investors. That's number one. Once we do this first step of aggregation, we do a certain level of standardization. And by standardization, I mean developing proposals that are attractive to the private sector and that they can assess from a risk perspective, from a potential economics, in a fairly easy manner. So we generally, once we help organize small farmers into farmers organizations, we create very specific value chain projects. We use the value chain approach. I mean, it could be, for example, in the case of Central America, we just finished a transaction which involves sustainable coffee production, reintroducing shade coffee. So this is agroforestry interventions. And we've developed standardized business plans that can be presented to the private sector. And then the third element, we don't get involved on how the private sector does the assessment of risk or pricing, but then what we do get involved is on impact measurement. The underlying assumption is that these investors, if they're investing in, say, agroforestry projects, they are also looking, in addition to its financial return, and we're working with investors that expect that. This is not corporate social responsibility. These are not foundations. These are pure private sector, but they also expect some level of environmental and social impact. And I think that's where institutions like IFAD come in to do the assessment, and this can be, you know, from gender issues to youth to the role of indigenous peoples on our project. So in a sense, that's, to recap, we need to align the language and the discussions between public and private sector, but understanding that it is not a problem that the expectations of both of these two parties are different. They are meant to be different, but to find a way to align them to have a win-win case for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the same question to Tatiana, and if you can please try to summarize in 3 minutes before we go to the final question to each panelist. So how do you think governments can better engage with the private sector to foster innovation in agricultural practices?
I would say probably providing policy cohesion and certainty is really important. Policies need to be clear, they need to be cohesive across sectors, because in general, misaligned policies tend to deter investment in nature positive and sustainable agricultural solutions. Secondly, there needs to be an incentivization of technology and innovation, and that's investing in R&D, and I think the crop life framework is a very good example of how that can work and really enhance productivity. There's also like a need to leverage collaborative platforms. Many already exist on a national level. A lot of multilateral institutions have them, NGOs have them. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, but really kind of bring this dialogue and bringing parties together to be a part of those fora. And also, I think mobilizing blended finance. In the previous panel, it was already mentioned, but we need to work on de-risking, increasing access to finance, and having kind of more flexible terms and more innovative ways of financing for agriculture. And lastly, probably saying fostering research will be very important. The government needs to invest in that. The public sector needs to be open to investing in that. They're already leading in innovation. And I would probably say the fact that many countries have committed to land degradation neutrality, to going net zero, is really forcing all sectors, and including and especially agriculture, to see how do we all get there. I think what there needs to be is strong political will to say, we committed to this, now how do we make this happen for all of the sector?
Thank you very much. So I will ask one final question to each of the panelists. What recommendations, Mr. Cherki, would you have for decision makers at COP16 and for the industry?
Thank you so much, Margot. And for this question, let me first recall the situation in which we are now. I talked soon regarding the tendency of degradation and also the leak and scarcity of financial resources. Now I will add some other items. The first one is dealing with droughts. This based on factual data. Drought is gaining momentum in terms of frequency, intensity, and the spatial extent, and also in terms of magnitude of impact that is generating. Also, we have some, and the situation could get worse because the indicators that we have now are not in our favor. As we know that regarding the land, the population is growing with a huge speed, and also we will need much more land to produce for food and anything else, and also taking into account the dietary habits are changing. And during the last 10 years, we recorded an increase of consumption due to this change of the habits, dietary habits for families and peoples. And also, cities the cities are extending at the expense of croplands. And we know that 60% of the best lands are located around cities. So we have some indicators that are showing that situation could be worse if we don't take some hard and strong decision. And one other item which is really very important is that 30% of products coming from the agriculture of foods are wasted. 30%, which means that 30% of water used to produce this are wasted. 30% of energy, 30% of land, of time, of investment, of money. So we are in a situation, and the decision should be at the same magnitude of what we are seeing now in terms of impacts. For COP16, negotiations are going now, and we are following them. So we are expecting that at the end we will come with some strong decision regarding land degradation neutrality to speed up our program, to mobilize funds, and also regarding the private sector and the private sector, involvement of the private sector. Now it's not an option, but it's obligatory, it's mandatory. We hope that COP16 will open a window and call for the strengthening of development of private sector, the setting up some measurements, some incentive measurement, setting up some platform for exchange, promoting cooperation, promoting also research and development. But keep in mind that even if those decision has been taken, the important and the main work, hard work should be done at national and locally. Those decisions will open some windows for cooperation, for undertaking some measurements, but the hard work should be done at national level. That's my contribution to that discussion. Thank you so much. From my perspective as a negotiator, as a lead negotiator for Africa within UNCCD.
Thank you. Thanks for these great insights. And Juan Carlos, I would like to ask you the same question. Recommendations for COP16 decision makers and for the industry.
Sure. So I think maybe a couple of comments on this. First, to think about the broader audience at the national level. And the broader audience goes beyond those that are concerned about land degradation. For example, if we talk in the context of agriculture, something that is top of mind of policymakers everywhere right now, particularly in Africa, is food security. Yeah, I think what we've seen in the last few years have brought this back to the fore. So I think it's very important for decision makers here at the COP, also for the private sector, to really articulate what addressing land degradation means in the context of food security and in the context of investable projects, so making the link between those. And I think the example that I will give based on some of the conversations I have this week is one link to subsidies. Maybe we haven't talked too much about that here because it's a very sensitive subject. There's an incredible amount of subsidies both in developing countries to the agriculture sector. And even though the political economy is very complex, it's important that policymakers here at the national level think we're not talking necessarily about reducing the subsidies. We're not even talking about changing who receives those subsidies, but to think about changing the purpose of those subsidies. Something that we in IFAD work quite a bit is in supporting countries and smallholder farmers on transition to more sustainable agricultural production without necessarily sacrificing yield. So again, food security is top of mind. And to start thinking about whether some of these subsidies could be repurposed to facilitate this transition to a more sustainable agriculture. And this is without entering into the politically complex issue of reducing the subsidies. And we were just talking about changing the purpose. So that's, and I think this is something that is very relevant to the private sector, because also the private sector needs to assess, how can it have sustainable financial business models that do not necessarily rely, in some cases, in some industries, on the type of existing subsidies as we see them today.
Thank you so much. And Tatiana, if you can please summarize in 1 minute what recommendations you would have for coexisting decision makers and the industry.
Okay. I would say I have a top 5, but in no particular order. One, I would say the industry, both public, private, agriculture in general, we need to stop operating in silos. At the level of the government, that means, energy, environment, agriculture, they all need to work together. At the level of us as the donor community, I think to quote our CEO, he has expressed that we shouldn't be having 3 COPs back to back. We should just have 1 COP, because biodiversity, land, water, climate change, it's all connected, and the industry needs to start thinking that way. 2 is probably, we need to recognize that agriculture does not operate in a vacuum, and if governments really want the private sector to thrive, they need to work on infrastructure, on policy, on research and development, all of these things to make the sector work. They need to, national investigative bodies need to stop researching for research's sake and see what are the private sector needs and vice versa. 3rd is probably that we need to start investing in a younger generation in terms of behavioral change. I think for the older generation, and that's no offense to my panel colleagues here, it's a little too late, and I think a lot of the actions that we take, we're not targeting the below 18 enough, and that's what could really make a big change. They are the future. 4th is that de-risking is a worthwhile investment to get private sector to go into, more climate-friendly things. We need to make the barrier to entry much lower. And then lastly, I'd probably say it's important to think globally, but act locally. I think small actions make a difference. I think part of the problem is everybody's spending 2 years designing the perfect mega project at the expense of losing out on small wins that collectively could really make a difference for climate change and its impacts.
Thank you so much, and I think it's 6 p.m. sharp now, so I would like to conclude this side event and would like to deeply thank our panelists, and thank you very much for attending this event.